Hello.
Hello.
I think we're live now.
We are live.
Welcome back to the Garden Farms channel. We have Carson Hughes with us today. Reasonable vegan. Welcome, Carson.
Hello. There is a wild amount of wind happening right now. Okay, there it goes. It cut out. I don't know if you can hear it from your end, but I think it's either the wind or something shaking a lot on the microphone.
Did it just start when we went live?
It was doing it a little bit before then, but it just like increased a lot right there. But I can hear you really well. It's just there is a noise coming in, but if
Let me
it's
see if
not,
I can.
yeah.
Is that better? Can you still hear me?
I can still hear you perfectly. It's just that it's a pretty big muffly sound.
The muffly sound is wind. Is that connected to the wind you were talking about?
I would have thought so, but it's hard. It's hard to know. It seems to come in more often just when you talk, but like right now it's super quiet, even though you're touching the microphone. Right now it's quiet. Let's see what happens when you talk.
Okay, now.
Oh, that's perfect. There's no sound right now. It
Okay.
might just be the microphone stand shaking. But anyways, I think we're good to go. How you
All right.
doing?
I'm doing good. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm under attack.
Oh,
I'm under attack by the zero, absolutely zero carbohydrates for life, one size fits all activists,
oh,
right? And so according to them, I'm a vegan. If you, if you endorse any like 5 grams of carbohydrates, if you endorse like all meat and then 5 grams of sugar per day, then you're a vegan, according to this other group of dieters that are pretty dogmatic. They're
yeah.
the meat based cult.
Yeah, that's very strange. Especially because I know a handful of people that either were carnivore and then went to what they call meat based, which is like a mixture of carnivore and fruit. It seems like a lot of people that are pretty pro carnivore are still accepting of different amounts of fruit and things like that. So that's kind of weird, especially the term vegan for any carbs is very strange. I have not heard
Yeah,
that.
any amount of carbs whatsoever is vegan to these people. But anyway, you've had a break, and you now no longer plant-based vegan. So you might say that you're no longer a plant-based vegan.
Yeah. So I recently have added some eggs into my diet. Right now, specifically, just eating pasture raised eggs only, and then some fish. I was already doing bivalves, but I'm doing some salmon and some like sardines. Kind of selective with it. It's got to be wild caught and pretty specific. But yeah, I'm essentially I have two arguments for my choices. I basically have decided that because I want to get over food addictions I've had my whole adult life of processed sugars, soda, candy bars, donuts, that kind of stuff. I want to consume whatever it takes to get me to go long enough off of those things to view those things as not cheat meal things and not things to have in moderation, but just things that I want out of my life completely. The same way that I'll never use meth or drink alcohol or smoke cigarettes, I want to view processed sugar and a few other processed foods in that way. And so, yeah, it's kind of a strange thing, but I've decided to consume these other products to help me through the process of kicking those addictions. And then my second part of this is I've never been convinced that animal products are unhealthy. And so, but I'm also not convinced that they're necessarily necessary. And so until I'm
Right.
convinced that they're not necessary, I will consume things that might be health benefits. And so I would not be surprised if eggs and fish are good for you, certain forms of them and in certain moderations. So for those two reasons, I do justify eating them, even though I still do care about the sentience and causing as little harm as possible.
Okay. Um, you, I, I didn't get to watch all of your live stream, but Anti-War Mindset did that you had that going on, and I checked it out briefly, kind of skimming it, trying to find out if um, uh, crop deaths were part of your scenario, and I didn't hear that at all. And
Hmm.
I'm still because I do relate to you to a degree because I'm not a I'm not a one of these militant zero carb, zero plant food carnivores. You know, I'm a facultative carnivore. I'm a omnivore, a meat based omnivore who's allowed to eat sugars and starches as long as I keep the consumption of that sugar within the bounds of my open glycogen reserves. As soon as you overfill those glycogen reserves, there's literally nowhere to store sugar as sugar anymore. So you have to turn it into body fat, and that's when the negative kinds of things can happen from consuming sugar. So there is. Tell me this: what would you consider an unprocessed sugar? If you're going to avoid processed sugar, what?
Yeah, so for what I'm referring to, it would just be something that has to grow. Um, I want to say on its own, but that's complicated. Like I know that the fruit we have is nothing like it would have been in the wild. It's cultivated, but
Well, hey,
as of right now, I'm okay with cultivated food that we hybridize. But just so processed sugar to me would be if you pull the juice out of an orange or an apple, that apple juice, that's sugar without the rest of the fruit. Making white table sugar, any sucralose, Splenda, I don't care if it's 0 calorie, anything that's a sweetener that is processed from the original plant that
what about
grows.
honey? What about honey?
Strangely enough, the only one I'm allowing myself while getting off the addiction is honey. And I'm very particular with it too. I've gone to a few local honey farms. I'll ask about their testing of glyphosate. I want to make sure that it's all local, raw, organic. And, you know, I'm pretty picky about it, and I do it in small doses. I don't know if there's any health benefits outside of a few things like preparing our immune systems for certain allergens and stuff. But for the sake of addiction, I'll add some honey into my tea to make it taste a little better. I don't know about the future though.
Mm-hmm. So, did you know that by about a tenfold or something like that, fruits have a larger pesticide footprint than all of the other crops?
I did not know that. Again, I try to go organic. I try to go local and organic. And I know there are still some pesticides. I'm not too familiar with it, but I know there are still some in organic. But yeah,
Can I tell you
tell me
something?
more about it. Yeah, yeah.
Um, you know, I refuse to become dogmatic about these kinds of things. Therefore, I'm not going to sit by and let a vegan lie about nutrition. I'm also not going to sit by and let a carnivore lie about nutrition.
Hmm.
Um, you you just referred to the pesticides that are still used in organic agriculture, and it's true. There's a bunch of chemicals that they're still allowed to use. Some of them still have negative effects on the environment. But one thing's for certain is that they're still designed to kill. And so organic there's nothing in the definition of organic that denotes any kind of possibility of it being death free. That's not what
Mm.
organic means.
Yeah.
That's a
Hello.
misconception. And
Hello.
who would
Can
like
you hear me?
welcome,
Can you hear
welcome
me?
on board. Yes, we can hear you.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, sorry for the technical difficulties on my end. I don't know how often this will happen, but yeah, I hope it will not happen. But it's good that you already started without me. That's good because we don't want to bore the people, right?
He has to go
Um,
in 30 minutes. Yeah.
right. Um, so yeah. So reasonable vegan. We never talked before, but I've seen some of your live stream. I've seen some of your videos, and I heard your reasoning about like adding in back eggs and fish. That, and I think that's a wise decision in my opinion. But so, for example, you say you consume honey, right?
Yes.
Um, um, a vegan might say, "Look, you're exploiting the bees, right?"
Hmm.
So how do you feel about that, or
Yeah.
how do you
So
justify that?
yeah. So I don't necessarily justify it. I'm kind of torn on the topic. In general, if we can successfully, and by we, I guess I mean myself, if I can successfully live, survive, thrive without needing to do any action that would be harmful to a sentient being, that's my goal. And so, um, I, in the same sense that like I'll eat a pasture raised egg before I'll eat an egg that comes from a factory farm, because this is better than that. Anything I'm going to do, I'm going to try to do the best I can. But at some point in life, I'll probably, unless there's some discovery that honey is extra necessary, I will probably kick out honey unless I become some wild survivor man and I come across honey in the wild and I can just like scoop out a thing of an element of honey from a hive that I can assume that the bees won't need every drop of or something like that. So it's not necessarily a justifying or not justifying. It's just looking at where I'm at in life right now and trying to work towards my best. And I care so much more about making myself be able to be the healthiest I can to be ready for when I turn 80 years old. I want to be able to run around, climb trees, and play with the grandkids. And honey, eggs, and fish are a part of me going that direction right now.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely respect that. You're putting your health first, and I think this is the most important. Um, and I think that, I mean, for example, you saw like the reaction of other vegans in your comment section under your post when you said, "I'm eating eggs now and fish," and they were
Mhm.
kind of insulting you in a way. They were saying it's like akin to grape, so to speak. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah, yes, I do.
And I think that this is it. How do you feel about like your community, your vegan fellow? How do you feel about your fellow vegans when you encounter these reactions?
Yeah, so as far as my YouTube channel goes, I've always had a handful of people that watch my stuff and talk to me that are not vegan and never were, and many that are vegan, some that are more like myself and maybe even more vegan than me, and more open-minded to ideas of bivalves and different things. And so I have a handful of friends that are vegan or flexible vegan, something closer to like myself, that completely respect it. But yeah, your typical vegan that just says if you do anything on this list, then you're a bad person. Yeah, they're going to feel that way, and that's fine. And they might be right that, like somebody says here in the comments that I'm not vegan, so the name should change. That's probably accurate. But the reason I would like the word vegan and the reason I would want to keep using it, if I were going to do a talk where I had a table with a banner and I might say like, come and talk to me about veganism, it's because I want to talk about sentient beings and why a large amount of people don't care about something that I think they might care about at some point. And what I mean is there's a large amount of people that don't care in the way like J.D. Garland feels about, from my understanding with many conversations with Garland, is he doesn't want animals to suffer, but he will kill animals to eat them for health. And I think that's totally justifiable. But there's plenty of people that they wouldn't want to kick a dog in the face, but they'll gladly eat chicken nuggets and cake and donuts and all these different things that might cause suffering, but it's only for their taste pleasure and not for their health. And I want to talk to those people, but there's no simple slogan or label to call oneself for that topic. So that's why I like to stick to veganism. Yeah.
Here's sort of the thing about that. When you hear the word vegan, most people would say that this is about eating only plants and nothing but plants. So if you call yourself a vegan, then most people probably get the idea that, oh, there's a guy who only eats plants. But you don't. You eat bivalves, you eat fish, you eat eggs, you eat honey. So isn't that kind of like false advertisement in a way? I mean, I think that this sends like a false health signal in a way.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. And so if I met somebody on the street and I was talking to them, I would instantly tell them like, oh, I'm kind of like a flexible vegan as far as diet goes, and I currently do this. And then I would like break down these different things. So like, I'm not going to wear a t-shirt that says I'm vegan, but if I was going to do a table talk, it would be like, come talk to me about veganism. Or with the YouTube channel, I'm going to keep it saying reasonable vegan. Just because it's fine to me, because when I think of what veganism is and like what I want to talk about when it comes to veganism, it's the idea of caring about sentient beings for the sake of the suffering. And so, yeah, I just until I come up with a better word that I think is worth switching to. But it's just like we don't usually have like politically, I lean towards being a libertarian, but there's probably a bazillion things that your average libertarian might disagree with me on, because we're not always all part of something. But veganism happens to be a thing that most people instantly think of a diet. You go to a restaurant, you say, oh, I'm vegan. Do you have a vegan menu? And we think of diet. I think of veganism as so much more than that. And so just like if I met somebody that was libertarian or somebody that was a conservative or somebody that was Democrat, I might just realize that they don't like line up with a lot of the things that they're labeling themselves to. So anyways, that's just where I'm at as far as labels go.
Okay, but so you say organic and stuff like that, that is fine, but I heard so many times that organic isn't vegan because it relies on animal manure and what was the other thing? Bone meal, stuff like that. So
Like,
how I mean,
there's a
isn't it
reliance upon livestock agriculture.
yeah, exactly. So it's a buy-in basically.
Yeah. So I'm not sure how many people view something being organic as vegan or not vegan or whatever. Now, as I've stated, almost every time I've talked about this kind of stuff, is I care more about the health than I care about other things. And so with me caring about animals, it's if I have time to care about an animal. If people were allowed to abuse dogs in my country, I would want there to be some kind of a legal change to where they can't abuse dogs just for fun. And so same thing where if I have the capability of fighting for something without it affecting me negatively, I will gladly do it. But if it's the difference between animals maybe being part of like human use versus me putting pesticides in my body that I find reason to be concerned about, I will gladly take the food that was made using cow manure and various different things to get away from the pesticides. I don't want those pesticides in me. Now, as we get better and better at things, I don't know if there's different ways to do things, but even if humans didn't eat meat, which I'm not saying they shouldn't, if it turns out the meat's healthy for us, go for it by all means. But let's say we got to the point where we decided it's not healthy for us and nobody wants to eat it anymore. There still might be reason to raise cows just for their manure. And so I'm not a person that just is going to say, no matter what, let's never use an animal, get them out. Yeah.
Raising an animal just for its manure. The thing about an animal that produces manure is that their job is to be out there doing what they love to do, is to graze natural forages. And so if they're grazing natural forages like they should be, and that's where they're going to be happiest, and that's where the soil is going to benefit the most, then the cows are going to have to poop. We're going to have to leave the poop where it lay. In other words, as soon as you come in with trucks, some 18-wheelers and some big moving front end loaders to scrape up a bunch of.
Hey JD, can I pause you real quick?
Yeah.
I think it's more so your microphone and not the wind, so it is hard to hear. I think if you unplug your mic and just use your laptop, it might not be great, obviously, because you have a fancy mic, but there is something happening where the wind noise doesn't happen when you're not talking. When I was talking to Anti-War, there was no sound at all. That was a problem?
That's because I had the volume on this mic turned all the way down, and I was only turning it up.
Oh, okay.
So that I wouldn't bug you. Yeah.
Okay. So I can hear you well enough to have a conversation, but I did want you to know that a couple people in the comments said to let you know about the sound, and there's probably not enough time to try to fix anything. It's just when you listen back, you'll probably be bothered that it ever happened, but I can hear you well enough for the conversation.
Okay, good. I mean, I'm working on trying to get my subscriberships up so much that I can afford to actually build a studio.
Yeah,
I'm almost there. If
for
I could
sure.
just get maybe 20 more subscribers, I could probably afford a whole studio where all the wind would be permanently banned.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Sitting up out there beside a pasture, and I apologize to everyone who's upset with the wind. If you don't want to hear the intelligent content and you're mostly just want a glossy finish to the production, this might not be the one for you to watch.
Yeah. But yeah, so sorry.
We have all technical problems today.
Yeah. So sorry that I interrupted that, but I'll respond to what you said so far. That way it'll maybe it'll remind you of where you left off. But yeah, no, I think there is a chance that a life for a cow on a regenerative farm, grazing, eating grass, pooping, the poop being beneficial for other plants, might be a happier life for the cows than wild cows living in nature. This is a very good argument, very, very potentially accurate. And I'm not against it. I don't know much about it. I haven't been convinced to eat meat or anything. So yeah.
One thing about cattle in the wild, any kind of ruminant in the wild, that are herd animals, and they grow into these giant amoeba like herds that move across, and they stay pretty close together
Mm.
because of the outside predator pressure. So around the amoeba is predators, and they that keeps them together. Their safety in numbers, so they don't spread out. They stay together. It gives each one of them a statistical survival advantage to move around in a mob fashion. If you put those same ruminants on that same property without a fence or predator pressure from the outside, then they'll dissipate and they'll start getting space in between each one of them, and they'll start to get real picky about what they eat, and so they'll overeat the things that are sweet to them, and they'll undereat the things that they don't love so much, but they should be. So there's also foods that cattle should be eaten in the wild that they don't really want to eat it. They got the choice not to, but they need it, And so
Yeah, they're like humans.
yeah, and the environment needs it too, because the environment needs the unsavorables pruned back just as well as the very savorables, because if you let the cycle of constantly cutting back the savorables and letting the unsavorables overtake that shoulder of elbow room is a plant, then over time you'll degrade the suitability that that vegetation will have for those grazing animals. And then as soon as you remove the animals from the picture, then you immediately start the soil degradation process. So, and that's what leads to desertification. Deserts is the loss of soil. And what you have is just minerals and different kinds of sand, depending on where you are in the world. But,
Yeah, this is why we shouldn't turn the whole planet vegan. In a nutshell.
well, the thing is that if you were going to, I'm just explaining to Carson that if you were going to use animals to produce manure on some soil, then you would have to bring those cattle in and let them drop. And that's what they do. It's like Gabe Brown, he's a crop farmer and a cattle farmer. So be certain times of the year where he'll plant a cover crop that the cow will come in and consume as forage, and in the process he'll mob graze them, keep them close together like they would be in the wild using electric fence, and then they will do all of the this wind's a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah.
They'll do the job of all of those toxic chemicals, but it won't be toxic. It'll be conducive to happy animals, happy soil, happy ecosystem.
Mm.
Lots of different.
I kind of want to talk about crop deaths.
I do too.
I don't know.
Plan I wanted to say, and that is it's regarding the ethical implications of not considering the intentionally lethal crop protection measures required for the items offered on the vegan menu, because there's intentional harm there. The pesticides and the herbicides are specifically designed to kill, and they are lethal, and the number is in the quadrillions. And it's not just the insects, because there's an untold number of rodents and other small creatures, including birds, that not only poison by the same pesticides, but also are starving. Large amounts of them starving to death because of the insects being their number one food item. So we know that hundreds of millions of birds die every year because of just exposure to the pesticides, and then also starving to death because the insects are no longer there for them to eat. One of the things that we don't talk about very much is that it's not just birds; it's also frogs and toads and salamanders, that eat insects, different lizards, geckos, and stuff like that. And lots of mammals like bats and hedgehogs and some primates eat insects as their main source of nutrition. Lots of fish like trout and bass rely on insects to survive. And so we know the numbers for the insects are in the quadrillions. We haven't been able to go through and count all of the frogs and the toads and the salamanders and the lizards and the bats and the hedgehogs and all of that. So we know that there's a question mark there. It's to be answered. There's an empty blank that someone needs to figure out how many animals, right? And it's just disheartening that the vegans are still omitting the crop deaths from their algorithm. That's what it means to be vegan.
Yeah. Well, let me respond to that real quick. By the way, whatever you did with your hand on the microphone made it a lot better. But yeah, I think the biggest problem is being able to see the numbers, see the stats, and so there is information out there. I've definitely looked it up. You can see amounts of birds that have died from eating insects with pesticides. I think if there were more studies done or more tests done, or just if vegans could be made more aware of what's happening with crop deaths, then even if it didn't make them say, oh, this is worse than this, so I'm going to eat an animal product, it would at very least make them fight in the direction of being against pesticides, or choosing one farm over another farm that uses less pesticides and stuff like that.
The thing is that vegans don't see crop deaths as a moral issue. They defend it on moral grounds. I mean, there are like multiple types of vegans. When they encounter the crop deaths issue, they say it's all the livestock faults. They say that most crops are grown for livestock, which is false. It's just empirically false, and I can prove that. We have proven that I don't know how many times on this channel and on my channel. So that's just empirically false. Then the second argument is they say there would be less crops in a vegan world because we would remove the livestock feed. That is also false, because it's not just a simple game of subtraction, but also of increasing the crops for human consumption, because we would have a nutritional gap that would have to be filled if we get rid of animal agriculture. And we also have empirics on that, which we can discuss. And then even if they concede, or for the sake of argument, they concede the empirics, then they go with, but this doesn't matter because it's for crop protection is defensive, or it's accidental, or it's not a rights violation because the animals did it first. They violated the property rights of the farmer or something, or we are protecting a necessary food source for humanity, and that's why that's okay or something. I mean, we can go through each of these counterpoints and just refute them. Are you personally convinced of any of these counter arguments?
Well, yeah, no, I think that you're right that a lot of vegans will say a lot of what you just said. I happen to know plenty of vegans. One of Garland's favorite people, Michael McCaffrey, is vegan and is totally on board with the badness of pesticides and various different, crop hunting, all the various different deaths that come from rodenticide, all the various things that I've learned from Garland, and then I went off to learn some on my own. I know plenty of vegans that do care about these things. They just, a lot of them aren't convinced that it's an issue that they could do anything to fix, or that it's any worse than the other things when it comes to veganism. So
What
it's just a matter of
evidence-
looking into it further.
Let me this kind of brings me full circle to what I was trying to really ask, because I don't think that it has been answered, which is the ethical implications of intentionally ignoring the crop deaths, because using the excuse that, well, all of those numbers have not been tallied yet, if someone who cares enough tallies them, someone let me know that number and I might consider it. Right? It's a turning away of animal suffering and death, of animals that we know that are at least in the numbers of the quadrillions. And we do know that those insect lives have to be important because of the honey position with the veganism, and also the fact that there are countless other species that rely on insects for many different things, food being one of them. So without the insects, these other species starve to death. So I just think there's a do you remember did you ever see Mad Magazine with Alfred E. Newman, I think was the name of the guy on the front? Big ears with a big smile with a big gap between his two front teeth.
That sounds familiar. I don't know too much about it. I only have about 2 minutes, by the way.
To me, veganism has a big gap between its two front teeth, and that gap is there because they are they're intentionally ignoring crop deaths because it makes them uncomfortable, and I think that there's an inner sense with vegans that if they embrace that as an issue and acknowledge it as a real world scenario that it is, then they know that their days of veganism would be closing.
Well, I think the question that they would ask would be something like, what should they do about it? So you could tell them that there's these crop issues, and then they could say, okay, I see that there's probably an issue here, but to them, they would think that killing animals, taking their milk, taking their eggs, grinding up chicks, all the different factory farming practices, they'd consider worse. So they'd go, if you can tell me something that I can do to stop the crop deaths, then they would do that as well. So I do got to hop off here in about a minute and a half. So what would you tell them, aside from stop being vegan, that they could do to kill less animals in crop deaths?
Well, the first thing I guess, just real quick, most of the deaths are coming from the pesticides, and the fruits have like 20 to 100 times a larger pesticide footprint than any other plant food. So maybe omit fruits from your diet, I guess.
Okay. Well, I'll have to save my response for that until next time. But I was glad to hear like one thing, and you might have like 10 different things that could be done. I do have to hop off here. You guys, hopefully continue to have a good conversation.
Thanks for coming on, Carson.
Definitely.
We appreciate it.
And we'll set up another talk soon.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right. Take care, guys. Bye.
All right,
Take care. Bye. Okay. Well, I guess he didn't have that much time today. I actually had some more questions for him, but okay. But yeah, like I said, I'm sorry for the technical stuff, but yeah, I guess what I sort of had planned for today is we react to some videos from different vegans, like vegan influencers, like for example, Plant Chompers. Hello.
I'm listening.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
and maybe. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, well,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Okay,
What,
yeah,
what
like plant jumpers would be one.
you're asking
You
me
know
about
plant jumpers, right?
that's a documentary, a vegan documentary.
No, plant jumpers is a YouTube channel. It's a vegan influencer basically.
Okay, and what do we want to do? Look him up and critique his message. What are you saying about
Yeah,
him?
I'll send you a video. I'm pretty sure you recognize him. I'm pretty sure you heard about him. I sent you the video link, and then we can react to this video. It's just 10 minutes,
Okay,
and I think it's important because it's about food security and what we should be eating in the future. And I think that what the message of his video is. I mean, I've only seen like the first minute of it, so I don't know all of it. But vegans have generally this message of we need to transform the world into a vegan world, and I think this is a flawed idea. I think this is not a good idea. I think this is very risky in many ways. So let's try to weigh in on that.
did you send me an email with that link?
Now, you send it a private chat right now.
Oh, okay. I thought.
I know that he's going to talk about the green revolution. So this is something I want to sort of address because he's praising the green revolution in like the first minute of the video or something, or first 2 minutes or so.
Yeah.
But beyond that, I don't know what he's going to say really. But yeah, he's one of the bigger plant-based influencers, and yeah.
Okay. Can you see that?
The sound is
this the
cutting
one?
out. Don't start yet. Is the sound good?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay. So you recognize this channel, right?
I've
Already
seen
see
this
it?
guy before. Yeah, I've seen this guy before.
Yeah. And the thing is, there are not a lot of people who actually respond to him on some of the environmental stuff that he says. So I think this is kind of important also. I mean, he has been responded to by some carnivore influencers on some nutritional stuff, but not on some of the environmental stuff. And I think that leaving this out is not a good idea.
Okay. So you want to listen to it?
Yeah.
Tell me if the sound is all right.
Mm-hmm.
A group of really great scientists created a film to kick off the fifth
already
annual Global
paused.
Food Security Conference.
Yeah, this is something that he does in almost every video. He says something like "great scientists" or "respectable scientists." This is something that he just loves to say. Like someone needs to make a compilation video of him just saying "respectable scientists" or something, because he just likes the appeal to authority fallacy. Just because you call someone like a great scientist, that doesn't mean that what this person is saying is actually true, right? It's just
it's his way of putting a white coat and a stethoscope on the information that he's presenting.
Yeah, exactly. So I just want to point out this is something that he regularly does in his videos.
happening in Belgium this week. When they asked me to be the voice, my first thought was this guy not available?
The world was on fire and no one could save me but you.
My second thought was, what about these guys?
Mama called the doctor and the doctor said, no more monkeys jumping on the bed.
Finally, he came to Ping. Ping hung his head in shame, expecting to be punished. The emperor asked him, "Why did you bring an empty pot?" Ping started to cry and replied, "I planted the seed you gave me and I watered it every day, but it didn't sprout. I had to bring an empty pot without a flower.
What?
It was the best I could do. Where you got your seeds from, I do not know. For the seeds I gave you had all been cooked, so it was impossible for any of them to grow. I admire Ping's great courage to appear before me with the empty truth."
But seriously, these scientists are way above my pay grade when it comes to knowing how to raise food sustainably to feed 10 billion people despite disruption from war and climate change and without turning our food into frankenfood. I have a strong background in earth science, but nowhere near their expertise in food production. However, I did make an important episode on the unbelievable story of how we figured out how to feed the masses by breeding huge wheat berries on dwarf stalks that were strong enough to support such large kernels. Not only did Norman Borlaug get a Nobel Prize for that, and the highest honor many nations can bestow a foreign scientist, but there is a statue of him in the rotunda of the Capitol. Unfortunately, some people do have digestive issues with Norman's wheat, which they didn't have before with heritage wheats. I also made episodes on how modern breeding has turned beef into a frankenfood humans have never been exposed
pause
to,
on
which
that
is
first.
becoming more.
Yeah, so he talked about the Green Revolution, which he sort of praised, and he said a bunch of things like he got the Nobel Prize and stuff like that. Yeah, okay, but actually, when you look into the Green Revolution, you'll find that it actually wasn't all that green, and it actually wasn't all that good. And there's actually newer research that came out that actually shows that it didn't really improve food security at all. It just added like huge dependence on artificial fertilizers and stuff like that. Maybe I can share my screen on that. Wait a second.
Let's see. Let's see if we can look at. If we count insect deaths in crop farming, it's not reasonable to also consider the death of microorganisms.
Are you sharing my screen right now? Hello?
Yeah, I'm sharing your screen right now.
Okay, good. So yeah, the impact of the Green Revolution on indigenous crops in India. And we can just summarize real quick. The major ecological and societal impacts of the Green Revolution can be summarized as follows. Loss of land acres that were indigenous to the Indian country, loss of soil nutrients, making it unproductive, excessive use of pesticide increases the presence of its residues in food and environment. The farmers shift to unsustainable practices to obtain more yield, increased rates of suicide among farmers, unable to withstand the increasing expenses for farming and debts. Small farmers sold their lands to large commercial farmers, and unable to withstand the food inflation and economic crisis, the farmers left farming, resorting to other occupation. So this is like in a nutshell what the Green Revolution did to India. And we can also look at some more recent research on this. Yeah, here's a great article. New research further debunks legends of the Green Revolution. And it just points out that the food security really did not improve at all. So India's Green Revolution wheat boom came at the expense of other crops. The growth rate of overall food grain production did not increase at all. So, and what, again, like I said, what increased was basically the dependence on imported fertilizer. Yeah, and an increase in pesticides. Yeah, there's a lot of great stuff in this article. So what he just praised there, he praised the Green Revolution. He said it's so amazing, and he got the Nobel Prize and stuff like that. But he didn't really talk about all the negative stuff that the Green Revolution brought about, actually.
Yeah,
So that's on that.
they leave that out just like the vegans leave out the crop deaths, right? And
Yeah.
the vegans leave out the same issues that you're saying are being left out here, that you're pointing out are being left out here. So, okay.
Yeah. The Green Revolution also was kind of like funded by the Rockefeller Foundation, and the Rockefeller Foundation now funds veganism to some extent, at least, or the Great Food Transformation. So this kind of like same lineage. You can say that pretty much.
Yeah. Let's answer this question right here. If we count insect deaths in crop farming, it's not reasonable to also consider the death of microorganisms, parasites, and other small critters involved in raising and slaughtering animals for meat.
Yeah, then by your logic, we should also count these microorganisms, parasites, deaths also in plant agriculture. So it would still be more, because there's no way in hell that pesticides are gonna cause less deaths than slaughtering one animal or something, or multiple animals even. But insects are not organisms, right? If you care about the sentience thing, which whatever, right? We're talking about your ethical framework. So
nothing is killing more of those small critters than crop agriculture. So, and for instance, only 20% of the corn that's grown in the U.S. is grown specifically to feed the cattle. And I've got a plan to get rid of that 20% of corn fed to cattle. And we can take all of the grazing land right now, and that 20% of the corn acres, convert that to regenerative rotational grazing, and more than triple the amount of beef that they're producing on this weakling model of this corn-fed model, this ridiculous corn-fed model that has to be abolished, so that veganism, that would be the final nail in the coffin of veganism, is to abolish this grain feeding of cattle. That would remove most of their ammunition that they're using today. They would have to come up with some new villain. And we've already proven that most of the crops are grown for human consumption, food. And then you've got all of the biofuels, the biodiesels that they're growing as well. That's a human product. Cows do not drive vehicles that burn biodiesel. So this idea that they keep trying to perpetuate that the livestock are somehow responsible for the biodiesel market, that's just ridiculous. But overall, there's this huge group of animals that is is hugely large, so much bigger than the number of animals killed in all of animal agriculture every year. This huge number of crop deaths that vegans are turning a blind eye to intentionally, that is completely contrary to their claimed ethical position. Would you agree that that's the opposite? You know, like, for instance, I just asked Carson that question, and his answer was, well, you know, I'm going to put the onus back on you, Garland. If you tell a vegan like that, something like that, then what is the solution? You have to be able to tell them something that doesn't include eating animals. So right there, he discredited all of veganism, because it's not about killing animals or minimizing animal suffering and death. It's about not eating animals. That is it. It's just eating animals. That's the only thing. They don't care about animals. They care about humans, not eating animals. That's it.
Yeah, this is probably, I mean, I deeply suspect that there's like a disgust for animal products also at play in terms of their psychological motivation, but I don't want to really get into that. We can talk later about the ethics of crop deaths, but I think we should first refute or react to the plant jumpers video.
Yeah.
But yeah, on the stuff about bacteria and what this guy said, absolute nonsense. We were asked this question before, and it's just nonsense. I mean, we're talking about animals. We're not talking about bacteria. So, and those would also be harmed by crop agriculture. So, I mean, what's really the point? Insects are not on the same sentient level as bacteria.
Well, bacteria would be there with plants, I would say.
Well, yeah, let's get back to this plant jumpers video.
And more strongly associated with diabetes. So I salute these people who have.
Pause on that. Yeah, strongly associated with diabetes. So what? Ice cream sales and sunburns are also strongly associated. So fucking what?
Yeah.
Or strongly associated with diabetes. So I salute these people who have the enormous mission of feeding 10 billion people without wrecking the planet or making us sick. Every one of us depends on them, so thank goodness they're so qualified and they care.
No, this guy's like really trying to look at this scientist he's showing, and this guy looks like he who is this? Wayne's Kuhlman's? It's a homeless guy. They took a picture of him by a vertical farm, and now he's a scientist. And I don't really, in all seriousness, like you said, this guy is appealing to authority over and over. He's trying to build up. Why doesn't he just tell us what he's got to tell us, instead of trying to build up some type of credibility? If the information is the truth, it'll have credibility without you pumping it up with all of this authority.
Here's their film. They wrote the script, and I had the easiest job of all. Just flap my lips. By the year 2050, the world population will likely be close to 10 billion people. At the same time, climate change and other crises threaten food production. Will we be able to feed nearly 10 billion people under these conditions? And what will our food look like? First, let's have a look at how we currently use the Earth's surface. let's reshuffle the land on Earth a bit to
Oh boy, here we go. He's gonna tell us that livestock is using up all the agricultural land. Is that what we're gonna hear?
visualize
Yeah,
this.
that's probably what we're going
About
to
70% of the surface consists of water. The remaining 30% is land. Not all land is habitable. 10% consists of glaciers and 19% is barren land. What remains is habitable land. Even though there are about 8 billion people on Earth, we only use 1% of habitable land for urban and built-up land. 11% is taken up by shrub, 37% by forest, and 51% by agriculture. That means about half our habitable land is taken up by agriculture. About 2/3 of agricultural land is used for grazing, while 1/3 is cropland.
Boom, the big lie. What did he, how did he lie? He lied by omission because that grazing land,
wait, the connection was gone. What did he say? What did he say? What did he say?
I'm going to play it again. Listen.
Up land.
Okay.
11% is taken up by shrub, 37% by forest, and 51% by agriculture.
So he's saying that only 30% of the Earth's surface is land. And of that, only so much of it is habitable land. And part of that is built up land, and then shrub land, and then forest, and then agriculture makes up 51% of all of the land. So the point that he's trying to make is that there's not enough room for people to habitate. He's saying that people are being scrunched up into a small place because there's not enough room for us to habitate, which is a complete lie. There's plenty of room for the human beings on Earth. We don't have enough room to absorb all of the pollutants that are being put off by the corporations that are owned by people like Bill Gates. We don't have the room for him. It's toxic pollutants.
That means about half our habitable land is taken up by agriculture. About 2/3 of agricultural land is used for grazing.
Did you hear that? He said about 2/3 of agricultural land is used for grazing.
Okay. Yeah, and even if that's true, so what? I mean, this is land that most likely cannot be cropped, or very little on it can be cropped, and so it's perfect. It's perfect for grazing. So what's the deal? What's the big deal?
While 1/3 is cropland. We currently use this land to feed 8 billion people. To feed 10 billion in a similar way, we would need to produce 25% more calories. But diets are expected to change with economic development, which would make the amount of produced calories even higher. With current yields, that means we need much more habitable.
He just said produced calories. It would cause more produced calories. So he's there talking that calorie game again, and that's what vegans do whenever they want to ignore human nutrition, because human nutrition isn't about calories; it's about nutrients. And so,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And when we look at nutritional gaps, for example, we can see that there are a lot of nutritional gaps exactly in the nutrients in which animal foods are basically nutrient dense, right? So there's a lack of animal food consumption in many parts of the world, actually. Yeah, I mean, when we look at the plant consumption, it's the majority in the world right now, right? So we don't, just like you said, we don't have to just look at calories, but on nutrition and nutritional gaps, which would have to be filled. and it cannot just be filled by plants. Or even if you want to just fill them by plants, you would have to grow exponentially more, actually. But yeah, let's hear what he has to say.
Land to produce food. This would destroy vast areas of nature and with it biodiversity, capacity to store carbon, and many other benefits. And land use is, unfortunately, not the only problem. Food production also requires fresh water, causes environmental pollution due to overuse of fertilizer, and contributes to climate change. Estimates vary, but greenhouse gas emissions coming from the food system account for about 1/4 to 1/3 of total emissions. And without changing the food system, it would likely be impossible to avoid 1.5 or 2 degrees of warming. At the same time, climate change.
Well, it's that's still global warming is debatable. Climate change is real. We have desertification that's creeping across the United States right now, and other crop heavy in continents that have been hit hard by monocropping. And that causes desertification. And it can cause warming because you've got bare soil now instead of soil covered in a healthy way by natural organic litter. You've got it bare soil. It's in the sun now. It's going to sit there and bake, and it's going to put off heat. That's crop agriculture. It's not animals. Animals are not. The earth has always had animals on it. What we haven't had is this destructive and toxic monocropping that produces the items that are offered on the vegan menu. That's what we haven't had.
Yeah, and when you look at beef consumption in the United States, for example, it actually has been going down since, I think, the 60s. And also another thing he mentioned, like the food system's contribution to climate change is 26% or something. I'm not sure about these figures, actually. I think they're actually lower, but we can look into that later.
Okay.
Which also affects food production. Apart from the environmental issues, there is the aspect of human health. Many people currently don't have access to enough or diverse sources of food, causing stunting and wasting. About 30% of people are moderate.
Yeah, it's exactly the lack of animal foods that is the problem. Not plant foods. That we have an overabundance of those, actually, in many parts of the world.
Right.
Or severely food insecure. On the other side of the spectrum, there's a large group that's eating too many calories, causing overweight, obesity, and diseases of affluence. Around 40% of all adults are either overweight or obese. All of this paints a pretty grim picture, but fortunately, there are solutions. First, we can improve yields. Historically, we were able to grow from 3 billion people in 19...
We've been able to improve yields. And how did they do that? They did that with heavy tillage, heavy pesticide use, and heavy toxic industrial synthetic and mined fertilizers. They did that by separating the animals from the picture. And you have a monocrop when that happens. You have one plant. What that does is attract pests, because every plant is going to have a pest. If you have nothing but one plant in a field, then you're going to attract a bunch of pests. And I've already illustrated that we could take the 20% of U.S. corn production, turn that into regenerative rotational grazing, add that to the existing acreage of grazing, turn that into regenerative rotational grazing, and you'll more than triple the amount of beef. That's based on real world data.
Yeah, and it's actually sustainable if it's well managed. So this is how you feed a population. You've laid that out in one of your community posts. Yeah, if people want to see that math that he did, it's on his channel, and it's in line. He's not the only one who did such calculations on how we could replace current beef production with regeneratively raised beef production. Like, it's definitely possible. There are calculations done by Randall Jackson, and I think we have seen in the in the last live stream an article also that has been looking into this. So all you have to do is like replace the feed crops from the CAFO and repasture that basically, and so yeah, it's better than increasing crops, which you also have to remember that if the soil is depleted from the monocropping, then those plant foods are losing nutrition because they're taking the nutrition out of the soil. So
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, that nutrition has to be replaced. And if you're not using the natural cycles, which are infinite, there wasn't anyone that had to manage any type of, manage the phosphorus cycle, manage the carbon cycle, manage the nitrogen cycle. All of these cycles will go on infinitely if you use them the way nature presented them, which was hand in hand. Animal and plant agriculture go hand in hand.
yeah, but let's go on with his video.
1960 to almost 8 billion in 2020, with now more food available per person than in the 1960s, all while keeping the amount of cropland used relatively steady. That means we were able to produce more food on the same area of land. This picture does hide big regional differences, with arable land expansion in many low-income countries and a decrease in high-income countries. So, can we continue with this trend? Fortunately, there is still room for yield improvement in many places of the world, notably in sub-Saharan Africa. This means agricultural expansion can at least be limited by improving yields. The second important element is what kind of food we eat. The environmental impact of food differs depending on the type of food that's produced. In general, animal
Look at this lie.
What does it show here? I cannot see it. Land use something?
Yeah, this is land use per kilogram of food product.
What's the source for that?
products have much larger
I don't know. Let me rewind it. See if he mentioned.
The environmental impact of food differs depending on the type of food that's produced. In general, animal products have much larger environmental impacts, including land requirements compared to plants.
Okay, pause on that. So yeah, he said that most land is used for agricultural land is used for grazing. Yeah, it's no wonder that they have higher land requirements. That's number one. Number two, this is per kilogram, right? This doesn't tell us anything about nutrition, how much you would actually have to eat in order to get a certain amount of nutrients or a certain amount of digestible protein or whatever. And if we actually adjust for that, then we see different outcomes for different food items. Sometimes some plant foods actually have a higher land requirement than some animal foods. So this is just nonsense. But it also depends on the type of land use. Land use isn't just it can be negative, or it can be positive, or it can be neutral. It depends, right?
Well, yeah, it depends on the management of the. If you're talking about livestock agriculture, it depends on the management. There is a regenerative management style. There is no regenerative management style with crop agriculture. There doesn't exist anything like it. I mean, except for the one that marries livestock agriculture with plant agriculture. That one is regenerative. But if you remove the livestock from the picture, especially in a veganic scenario, that's the absolute worst scenario, because there's a long list of crops that are staples in diets around the world that have not been demonstrated to be able to grow with veganic farming. And then you've got little veganic farms that are I think there's a veganic farm in London, and it's like a 20-acre farm, and they're growing greens, things like kale and spinach, but they're not able to grow things like wheat and soybeans, vegan staples. They're growing just like the greens that don't have calories. They're just got some chlorophyll and some fiber and some oxalates, and that's about it. And that's what they're able to grow. And I think they've got it's like all of the City of London's wood chips. So if the City of London goes in and prunes a tree that's interfering with some power lines, then those limbs are going to be cut off the tree and then run through a wood chipper and taken to this particular so-called veganic farm. So they're sucking up all the wood chips in the whole city, and all those wood chips can only support one 20-acre farm. And then they're touting that as, oh, this is going to replace monocropping. We don't have to have livestock. We just have veganic farming. No animals, no crop protection measures, no pesticides, no fertilizers, except for these wood chips that we get from the city. I've been on a wood chip. I've been signed up to get wood chips from a program here in Texas. I've been on there for 7 or 8 years now, and I have never received wood chips from that organization, because there's not enough wood chips to go around. If there was another farming operation in London that wanted to go veganic, they wouldn't be able to do it, because there's not enough. All the wood chips are going to that one guy, and then they're holding that farm up and going, look at this 20-acre farm. And every vegan around the world is talking about this 20 acres.
Yeah, I mean, it's truly laughable. I mean, there's just zero evidence on this veganic thing that is like talking about on scale worldwide, that also takes into account nutrition. There's only one source that I found that talked about this and took into account nutrition, which was a master thesis from Switzerland, and they basically concluded that that it wouldn't be possible to have this veganic world. It would require conventional agriculture, and maybe just 10% or 20% organic or something. So there's just no evidence for this. There's also not much evidence in terms of vertical farming. It's also not scalable. It has high electricity requirements. It's all nonsense. There's no replacement, no vegan replacement for monocropping. So, and
yeah, that's why.
yeah.
when I asked Carson, why aren't crop deaths part of the ethical considerations of being a vegan? And he didn't answer that. What he said was, no, Garland, you need to give us an alternative that doesn't include eating animals. So what do we need to do as vegans? What action should we take in under the rule that it can't be eating animals? So again, it doesn't matter to a vegan if an animal suffers and dies. It matters whether or not a human being eats that animal. That is the only thing that they care about.
Yeah, and then they go with these reductios. Oh, but you don't support cannibalism, so why are you making an exception for eating animals or something? With this, they try to shy away from the responsibility of their actions, really. And we can also use these kinds of reductios against them in terms of crop agriculture. So, for example, you wouldn't. I hope that vegans would not say that, or I hope that they would find poisoning children or poisoning disabled people. I would hope that they would say that this is unethical. And they probably would publicly say that this is unethical to poison disabled people or to poison children. So let's say a vegan has a plate of strawberries, right, that he wants to eat. And this is his property, right? But the plate of strawberries always attracts a child that eats those strawberries, and this happens every time. I don't think a vegan would say it is then ethical to poison these strawberries in order to prevent the child from eating the strawberries, right? I don't think this is like ethical. At least I would think so. But we can go into more examples like this. I have a couple of those, and I can explain why crop deaths are unethical. But yeah.
Okay. Are you ready to continue with the?
Yeah.
Environmental impacts, including land requirements compared to plants. Because of the amount of land necessary to produce animal products, livestock production currently uses 77% of agricultural land. But these products only supply 18% of global calories. Conversely,
Pause on that.
82% of calories come directly from plants.
Yeah, calories again. Okay, how much B12 is coming from these plants? How much choline? How much iodine? How much calcium? How much creatine, taurine, anserine?
B12.
Yeah, I already said B12, but zinc, heme iron. Yeah,
all of those nutrients that are either essential or conditionally essential that are missing. This guy has got no answer for all that, right? None of that is brought up. This is the that last study that you emailed me that I never did make a video on yet is a cautionary tale that people like this nitwit need to hear. Now, this dipshit that's sitting here telling everyone, oh yeah, we have to go plant-based and livestock are destroying the earth. there is no way that this guy believes what he's saying. The facts do not match the words that are coming out of this guy's mouth.
Yeah, and it's ultimately also like the people he presented before that are putting this plan together, probably some World Economic Forum affiliated entity or something, or maybe the Eat Forum or something, I don't know. But yeah, we can actually, when we are done with this video in like 3 minutes, we can go through some sources. I have some sources where we can actually show what would actually happen if we went vegan, which would be a disaster of epic proportions. So
Right.
get ready for that.
While only taking up 23% of agricultural land. Most of the land used for livestock is grassland for cows and other ruminants. But crops such as cereals and soy are also grown specifically to feed animals. In high-income countries, most of the produced cereals are fed to animals. This process is inefficient because animals only convert a portion of their feed into meat. High-income countries, most of the produced cereals are fed to animals.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Yeah, that's just a blatant lie. God. I mean, this guy is a liar. That's a huge lie.
Yeah.
Vegans hear this and they'll go repeat it, and they think that, oh, because remember, this guy spoke for like 15 minutes on how intelligent these scientists were that he's getting his data from.
Yeah. In your comment section, there was a guy who recommended a great source called Goal Science or something, and that is a website that uses FAO data, and it shows basically the food system and where the different biomass goes, basically of the food system, where the crop production goes. And this is really a useful website, which I will show later, which actually shows that the amount of feed crops specifically grown for livestock is not all that much, actually.
Right. It's just like corn. You know, I can show people that only 20% of the corn that's grown in the United States is going to be is fed to cattle. And then they say, well, what about the distillers' corn? Oh, so the corn that they grew to process to make ethanol. You mean the garbage that was left over after that? You're wanting to count that as corn that was grown solely and specifically to feed cattle? No. You're not going to be allowed to count it that way, because that's not the truth. The truth is that corn was grown for ethanol, and the garbage that was left over after that process being fed to the cattle, we're not counting that. We're counting just the corn that's grown specifically to feed cattle. It's grown as corn to feed as corn to cattle, and that's only 20% of all the corn that's grown in the United States, which is really nothing to sneeze at. It's about 20 million acres. You take that and turn it into regenerative rotational ruminant grazing, and you can produce a gargantuan amount of nutrient-dense, nutrient-rich food.
Yes, and also while reducing pesticides, while reducing crop deaths and suffering of animals. So, but also on the byproducts, the source that I mentioned actually shows that the vast majority of the byproducts don't go to animals; they go to non-human and non-food human consumption stuff. They don't go to livestock, which means that the production of those byproducts would still exist even if we get rid of animal agriculture.
Correct.
This process is inefficient because animals only convert a portion of their feed into meat, dairy, or eggs. Low-income
that,
countries
Peter.
can't afford this.
What does even mean by that? Only a portion of that is converted into meat, dairy, and eggs. Does he mean like in terms of kilograms, in terms of biomass, or what does that even mean?
I think.
Yeah,
I
he
think
probably
it's just-
means in kilograms or something.
yeah,
But this is stupid.
like
This
a
is
unit,
stupid metric.
like a weight unit.
This inefficiency and use most of their cereals for direct human consumption. Ideally, you would want to grow crops for direct human consumption and feed animals things like leftovers that are not suitable for human consumption. Or
That's
grass.
mostly happening.
That's already what we're doing.
Yeah.
Where grassland is the desired ecosystem. This more circular food system would result in a large reduction of animal products in the diet.
No, it would actually result in more animal products in the diet, because you would have to convert some of this land, as I've already stated many times. Things like corn and soybean needs to be at least half of it needs to be phased out and replaced with regenerative rotational grazing. That will increase the food production,
Especially in high-income countries where high consumption of animal products is often the norm. Switching to environmentally friendly diets like pescatarian, vegetarian, vegan, or low meat could result in huge benefits to the planet. A strategic reduction of animal products.
all of this, everything he's saying right now is based on the lie that he told earlier, which is the majority of grains that are grown are being fed to livestock.
Yeah, and I never hear him talking about if we get rid of animal products, what are we replacing it with in terms of nutrition? I mean, he just says, "Oh, these are environmentally friendly diets," without any evidence. So these
He's just
plants,
throwing out talking points that aren't supported by any information, by any data whatsoever,
yeah,
and saying things that are blatantly false, bald-faced lies.
Products could free up large amounts of agricultural land.
Free it up for what? You're going to free up grassland for what? To build a forest on grassland? You're going
yeah. We talked about in another stream why this is not a solution.
Giving this area back to nature would result in massive benefits for the planet. Restoring nature is also a great way to battle climate change. Aside from what we eat, it also matters how much we eat. In high-income countries, average caloric intake is usually very high. Reducing excess caloric intake would therefore not only help the planet.
The problem is, on a plant-based diet, when you reduce caloric intake, you're already deficient, eating too many calories.
And
Now
also
calories.
And also, the standard American diet is 70% plant-based.
Correct.
So, and while we're still seeing nutrient deficiencies even in rich countries. So, I mean, he wants to reduce the food that is already in the minority. I mean, this is
Right. Right. And he has no data to back any of this up. This is all ideology driven.
right. And also on the giving back land to nature, grasslands are already nature. They're already natural land. So, and the cows that pastoralists or ranchers are letting there roam around, this is their natural habitat. This is their natural ecological niche. So this
Yeah.
is
It's kind of like saying, we've only got so much space on planet Earth, and we've only got so much water in the oceans, and right now the majority of the ocean is used to support fish. And so if we could get rid of fish, then we would have more water for humans. That's the logic behind getting rid of animals so that you can have more nature. It's just,
yeah.
animals are part of nature. Well, I don't like that you have that cow. I want it to be a buffalo. Okay. Make it a buffalo. Nobody cares.
Yeah, and also I think that this is just that this is just bullshit, that all this agricultural land that is used for grazing, this would just be given back to nature. I think that what we would actually see there is some road construction, or some factory would be built there, or some
Parking lot.
parking lot. This is just nonsense, that we would just waste away this land. No, this would not happen, actually. I don't think so. And even if you build some kind of forest there, grasslands are way better than forests in many ways, in storing carbon and preventing wildfires. So talk about ecological disaster there.
Yeah, the grasslands have been found in every way to be head and shoulders above, better than the forests when it comes to greenhouse gas emission sequestrations and increasing soil health. So, decreasing erosion.
Yeah.
But improve human health as well. Another important factor is food loss and waste. 24% of all calories produced are lost or wasted.
The majority of those are plant foods.
Exactly. Yeah.
In high
The majority of food waste is because of plant foods.
income countries, it's mainly from the plate. In low-income countries, it's mainly on the field and during transport and storage. And there are many other smaller issues that need to be addressed in the food system, such as the fact that some agricultural land is currently being used for the production of biofuels. When it comes to fixing the food
Yeah, I think that's a problem, but it doesn't have anything to do with livestock.
system, there isn't a silver bullet. We need to combine many different solutions. But the most important step is moving towards food that is high yield, low impact. In some regions, such as sub-Saharan Africa, the primary goal should be to increase food production on the same area by increasing yields. In other regions, such as Europe and North America, the primary goal should be to switch to more plant-based diets and more environmentally friendly ways of producing. And
Just this speaking within the false paradigm of animal-based foods being hard on the environment compared to plant-based foods. I mean, they just tell the lie again and again and again, and there's no evidence to it, but people are believing it because they're hearing the lie over and over and over. And this guy is lying over and over and over again. He's a liar.
Yeah. And what is, for example, if we, and I said that I said this in another stream. So, for example, if we take into account pesticide emissions, then this would radically change the debate on greenhouse gases and food, because these environmental studies that say meat produces so much greenhouse gas emissions versus plants, they are leaving out the pesticide emissions, and we know that plant-based foods have around 5 times the pesticide footprint than animal foods. So given that this is the case, this biases already the data in favor of the plant-based foods significantly, actually.
Yes.
I mean, most people don't know that pesticides are also a greenhouse gas and are very carbon intensive, both in application and production, and even storage.
That's all true.
Perhaps even use some of the current agricultural land for rewilding. So far, we've only looked at what's possible today. But innovations could also reshape the food landscape when it comes to how we grow food.
See, this is an appeal to ignorance. Well, we don't know what we don't know, so we can
Rewilding.
And also rewilding. Again, I'm not convinced that we would just leave this agricultural land be. I think that this would be used by big corporations, like, I don't know, like the probably the big corporations that push veganism. They would probably use that land that was previously used by livestock agriculture, and they would turn it. They would build some factories there. They would build some that produce some fake meat or something. Or some roads would be built there, whatever.
Or they could just build their own private kingdoms in that continent. You know, just each one of the small, you know, Bill Gates gets a slice of it, and each one of those guys like that would have a private abode. They don't necessarily have to build something on it. As long as they get us off of it, that's what's important.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a corporate scam ultimately. I mean, we can look at this paper again.
What he's not telling you is that rewilding means getting people off of the land. So they've got to round everyone up, put them in these 15-minute cities where they're constantly monitored. Everything you say is listened to. Everything you do is watched, and you've got your social credit score that you have to maintain so that you can continue to operate within this little open prison that you're in. So that's a lot of what this is about. You know, we're going to rewild it for veganism. Now go get in the train. We're going to take you somewhere. That's the way this guy right here that's lying. He's got a motivation, and there's nothing altruistic about this documentary. Nothing at all.
So far, we've only looked at what's possible today. But innovations could also reshape the food landscape when it comes to how we grow food. Precision agriculture and innovations in aquaculture could further reduce the environmental.
Aquaculture, yeah. Aquaculture is where they feed soy pellets to tilapia, and then the tilapia poop in the water, and then the water is circulated through a series of pipes that bring nutrients to the roots of whatever plants that are growing in this aquaculture. But it's all soy pellet fueled. You have to have the soy pellets to feed the tilapia first. And to have the soy pellets, you have to have millions and millions of acres of destructive monocropping. So
Impact of our food system. And when it comes to replacing animal-sourced foods, precision fermentation and cultured meat are two potential solutions that could make a transition.
cultured meat has been found more than one time to be much more resource hungry and emissions, putting out more emissions than any kind of. I mean, is this a new video? 5 months ago? Yeah. The most of what he's saying here has been debunked for years. So he just
And I found
warming
it
up the
funny.
same dead body and trying to present it as new information. This is the same bullshit that they've been saying for years that's already been debunked many times.
And I find it funny. In the beginning of the video, he was talking about frankenfoods, and now he's presenting frankenfoods as the solution.
Right.
I
That's
mean,
it's a good point. I mean, that's the bait and switch, right? Started
yeah,
out, everyone knows frankenfoods suck, but we're going to talk about livestock. They're using 2/3 of the agricultural land, and it's all the livestock. The answer is frankenfoods. You know, it's just schizophrenic. It's the same schizophrenic vegan bullshit that we've been fed, spoon-fed by these cretins for decades.
yeah. I mean that this fermentation that doesn't it use electricity? Doesn't it use carbon emissions as well?
Of course it does. That's what fermentation always puts off gases.
Easier. Without action, the future looks grim. But with the right mindset and solutions, we can move towards a healthier planet that also supports a healthier population.
Well, I wish I could. I wish I had about 500 gallons of what he just spewed, because that's enough bullshit to really fortify the pasture land here and get those natural forages really growing.
Yeah. So those were the lies. Now let's get to the facts, I would say. So let us look at some of these things. I will share my screen again. Wait a second. So this is the first thing I want to present, right? Can you see that on the screen?
Our diet is already plant-based.
Right. So let's look at this real quick. Humanity's food supply is already plant-based. So fat supply, food supply, protein supply, mostly plant-based. So that's already number one, right? Going further, that's direction. Well, we'll see about that. So we can also look per continent. Africa, in terms of calories per capita per day, almost 100% plant-based. Americas, 75%. Asia, 84%. Europe, 71%. Oceania, 72%. And the whole world, 82%. And it's all based on FAO data. So meanwhile, we have a lot of nutritional issues. So in terms of protein consumption, this is just crude protein. Let's look at can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Oh, okay. It was too quiet right now. Just want to make sure the connection isn't gone. But here's corrected for protein utilizability. And as we can see, none of the countries around the world meet the threshold, right? Basically all the countries are deficient when it comes to protein utilizability.
Right. So this guy that we just listened to, his bosses probably with the World Health Organization or the World Wildlife Fund or the WEF or the United Nations, some misanthropic group of dipshits that funded the production of that garbage lying documentary that we just watched. He's telling everyone to cut back on your meat consumption globally, and the people that pay his bills know that the world is already experiencing a protein deficiency.
Right.
True.
Yeah, I mean, this is a disaster already, but it gets worse. It gets worse. So, for example, over 40% of Americans don't get enough protein. Most females over age 8 don't get enough protein. Okay. So, I think that reducing the most bioavailable source of protein, which is animal foods, reducing that further when the standard American diet is already 70% plant-based, I don't think it is a good idea if Americans are already 40% protein deficient. Yeah, is there something else here? Okay, that's on America. Let's oh yeah, I wanted to show that. So this is the nutrient sufficiency in Kenya from year 2020. Okay. Can still hear me, right? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, my
Oh.
my mic was muted and I was
Okay.
answering.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, this is from Kenya nutrient sufficiency.
Kenya?
And yeah, Kenya. And here you see a bunch of nutrients, and what you can see here is it's critical or low in calcium, vitamin E, zinc, B12, iron, riboflavin, total lipid, vitamin A, energy, potassium, selenium, and protein. Precisely those nutrients that are coming from animal sourced foods or that are very bioavailable in animal foods, right? So can you imagine if Kenya went vegan, what would happen to this? This would be a disaster, pretty much.
Yeah. And Kenya is just one example. It would be a disaster in every country. You know, this is a good illustration that you're showing us because it's already got the fact that Kenya is, we would expect Kenya to be deficient, but Kenya is not exempt from their plans to force this plant-based diet down our throats, and so Kenya is certainly relevant. But this could be Germany, it could be the United States, it could be Canada, all of the countries right now. I mean, is there a country right now that's getting enough protein? Which country is that? Which country is getting enough?
I'm not sure, actually. I don't think the countries are named here on this chart. I would have to look up the study that is referencing here. My guess would be probably Hong Kong because they have the highest meat con. But I don't know. So, and also, you made a video on this study. A vegan dietary pattern is associated with high prevalence of inadequate protein intake in older adults, a simulation study. And yeah, basically, the vegan simulation led to nearly 50% less utilizable protein compared to the animal-based diet. And this was basically the case among the majority of the participants in the study, which was N equals 607. So that's quite significant. And then there's also the systematic literature review, which looks at supposedly environmental friendly diets, or which are touted as such, and what this would lead to in terms of nutrition if we went there. And yeah, it's leads to decreases in zinc, calcium, iodine, vitamin B12, A, D. Yeah. So a lot of micronutrient deficiencies or decreases. I mean, we're already deficient, but it would further decrease that. So is that? Oh yeah, and there's also this perspective article that I've sent you. It also sums up a lot of interesting research on this. I think this is something vegans should read, this article here, which sums up a lot of interesting stuff. I just want to quote some stuff here. So Beal and colleagues have clearly demonstrated that as the percentage of energy coming from animal source foods in national food supplies decreases, the prevalence of micronutrient inadequacy increases exponentially. So yeah, and there are like different estimations of how much percentage of the diet should be animal based, or the quantities, and there are like different organizations saying different things. It's summed up in this article. But there's also from the Eat Forum something interesting. Wait, where was that? Oh yeah, this is interesting. So one of the Eat Lancet commissioners, Professor Jessica Fanzo, has recently confirmed that their first version of the planetary health diet would result in significant essential micronutrient shortfalls. And if you don't know, like this paper, the planetary health diet, this is probably the most referenced paper or one of the most referenced papers in on this topic, on nutrition and sustainability and stuff like that, and it basically promotes a kind of plant-based diet. But one of the members of the Eat Lancet Commission has basically confirmed that they promote a diet that is micronutrient deficient. So yeah, I think this should be good for now, to just give the people an overview of the kind of problems that would arise nutritionally in a vegan world, or some things that was not mentioned in the Plant Chompers video.
Yeah, there's a lot that wasn't mentioned in that Plant Chopper video for sure. There were lots of lies that were told, but there were some truths that were not told.
Yeah, I mean, we can also look at the environmental stuff. Let's look at the comments real quick. Vegans don't even care about health. That seems to be true. I don't know if there's someone spamming in the comment section.
There is, huh? Swag. I have to ban him.
But yeah, they just talked about calories, and that is not
It's not a measure of nutrition.
yeah. Vegeta said no country is getting adequate protein means protein is overrated. No, it just means that people are eating lots of garbage that is not good. Right, a lot of plant-based stuff. I mean, Vegeta, are you denying that there are nutrient deficiency problems around the world? That anemia is a thing, for example.
Yeah. Let's see. Do you agree that if the industry is about maximizing profits, then eating the most foods would be better for profits? Eating more plant foods would be better for profits.
Yeah, and this is what the actual evidence shows. I mean, I can pull this up about. I think this was posted on Faunalytics that plant-based industries have higher profit margins than animal-based
Right.
industries.
Yeah, that's truth.
And Faunalytics is not a meat propaganda machine, but it's an animal rights organization. So, but animal products are subsidized. No, I've made a video on this. Most food products that are subsidized are plant foods.
Most of the money goes to soybean and corn industries.
Yeah, the only part in the world where animal foods are more subsidized in the world is Europe, but they're trying to change that. Definitely, they're trying to change that. But when we talk about a worldwide standpoint or even an American standpoint, most food that is subsidized is plant foods. That's a fact.
Yeah, plant foods are way more subsidized than livestock.
Yeah, and they're trying to destroy the livestock industry with propaganda, like we've seen in this Plant Chompers video. This is not an accident that they promote this kind of propaganda. But let us look at now what animals are actually eating, because for some reasons people are still confused about this. And or lying about this, I should say. So wait, let me refresh that page real quick. So can you see that?
Yeah, it's on the screen now.
Yeah, so this is quite a useful website called Goal Science, and it shows the food system, and it uses FAO data, right? It shows the crop land production and where it goes, basically in terms of biomass, in terms of mass in kilotons, right? And the region is world. I mean, we can also look at the United States, for example. We can look at different countries with this tool. And it's just very good stuff. Now, what can we actually see in this graph here, right? Can you see that?
Yeah, you're on the feed line.
Yeah.
Cropland production that goes to feed is lower than processed for food, and less than. They've got the oil mill there. Never mind.
Yeah. So yeah, the feed is just this tiny thing here, right? That is specifically grown
Yeah.
So when we look at crop production, right, the crops that are specifically first and foremost grown for animals from a worldwide standpoint, according to this graph here, is just 14%. So it's even less than 20%. It's 14%.
14% of the crops are grown to feed animals, but that will not stop a vegan from lying and just straight up lying about that.
Now let's look at the byproducts, right? Harvest byproducts. That is going to animals. What is it? 35%, 35.4%. So not even a majority of the agricultural byproducts go to animals. Most of that goes to non-food for human, so human consumption stuff, right? Which means that it is actually going. It would still go on even if we get rid of animal agriculture, right?
Right.
So yeah, this debunks that. Well, once again, I mean, look at this tiny thing here, right?
Right. All of that cropland, which is the orange bar, and then you got the blue bar coming off of that, processed for food for humans, and then the oil mill, and then the little red feed. That red one, that's the feed.
Yeah.
And that's what all of these that green documentary that we just watched paints the picture that this feed line would be the majority of the cropland. But none of the actual data matches up with the lies that are falling out of that misanthrope's mouth.
Right. And we can sort of click on this cropland production to make it to simplify this graph. Let me just do that real quick. So this is just showing cropland production and plus maybe import, harvest, and missing data. But whatever the majority of this shows is cropland production. Maybe zoom in a little bit. Right. So the cereals. I mean, this Chris guy from Plant Jumpers, he said that majority of cereals go to
feed.
Yeah, but it actually goes to byproducts, and majority of byproducts goes to non-food, which is for human stuff for humans, basically, right?
Right, like ethanol.
Yeah, like ethanol. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's debunked pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a lie. It just exposed what that guy said as just a big lie.
And we can also look at the United States. United States of America. Because he said specifically rich countries use the majority of cereal crops for livestock. And that is not true either. Let's see. So wait a second. Let's just look at cropland production for America. So yeah, here we have the cereals. And what do we see? It is 15% for feed. 15%.
15% for feed.
Yes.
So the majority of crops are not grown for feed. The minority of crops, 15%, are grown for feed. Getting rid of livestock is not going to decrease destructive monocropping. It's going to increase it exponentially.
I mean, we can go into that in a second, but I just want to clarify here. Again, when we talk about byproducts, the vast majority goes to non-food, which means it goes to human consumption or human usage, whatever, right? Now, a vegan might say, "Oh, but here processed for food, it's just 8.5%," which is true, but we can show in a second that this would increase to the point where even subtracting that 15% would lead to a net increase in cereal crops in a vegan scenario, which leads to obviously environmental destruction and pesticide use and stuff like that. So let's just do that now. And I've shown this in my recent video, right? So here's the study removal greenhouse, nutritional and greenhouse gas impacts of removing.
Hello? Are you there? Seems like we lost your audio. We're not hearing anything from you, Anti-War Mindset. Your audio has gone silent. Until you, I guess I'll pull something up until you get your audio back. Let's see here. He's going to come back in. See if I can put something up here. We keep getting this. Hold on a second. All right. You back? Still not hearing you. No audio coming through.
Can you hear me?
There you are.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Hello?
Hello. I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I heard that.
Okay, good. So where was I? I was kind of interrupted there.
You had that graph up on the screen.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Right, so yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Do you want to put that graphic back up on the screen?
Yeah, so it's back on screen.
All right, there we are.
So like I said before, there's a almost 3 times increase in grains without animals in a vegan United States. Okay. So what does this mean?
I've got to step away.
So
for just
it
a moment.
means that
Keep speaking.
So it means that those 8% processed for food would increase 3 times. So it would be 24% processed for food, right? And then you minus the 15% that would not be used for animal feed. So there would be a net increase in crop agriculture or in cereal crop production in a vegan United States, right? So 9% increase. Okay. And with that comes all the pesticide use and crop deaths and all of that. So the only land use that would be decreased in such a scenario would be the pasture land, and that is that would probably be used by something else. Really, I don't buy this. That this. Uh, Hello, your mic is muted.
Okay, I'm back.
Good. So I've shown that in a vegan scenario in the United States, there would be a 9% increase in cereal production. Yeah, I've also shown this in my video. So this
So
idea of
a global vegan scenario is a 9% increase in grain production.
well, I've only looked at the United States because this is where we have the data on that. So in the United States, that would be the case, apparently. Yeah. We can also, I mean, we can look at all kinds of studies. I've already shown some of them. That shows that there's an increase in crop land in a vegan world. It's just a fact. So
We have lots
again,
of live streams covering that fact.
yeah.
You have lots of videos on your channel covering that fact.
Yeah, and it's just undeniable. Where's the nutrition coming from? Where's it going to come from when we get rid of livestock? It has to be from crops. And since there's only a tiny percentage of crops specifically grown for livestock, that means that subtracting that out, that 15% or whatever it was, isn't going to do much really in the grand scheme of things. If we subtract the 15%, but have to increase almost every other crop by, let's say, I don't know, 5% or so, and we have 10 crops, then you can do the math on that, right?
Right.
I mean, it's just insane to just talk about calories and think that's the whole story. It's not. I mean,
It's ingenuous. They're not that stupid.
yeah.
They're trying to engineer an idiocracy scenario where we've got the global famine that we cause because of our own stupidity.
Yeah, and we can also look at the water consumption. We talked about that in another live stream. Like the World Wildlife Fund has shown that a vegan diet would actually use more water. So I mean, it's
worse on every metric.
yeah, it's pretty much worse on every metric. I mean, it's just the reverse of what this Plant Chompers guy has said. It's worse on the land use, because the only land reduction would be the land that we use for grazing livestock, which we cannot use for crops, or which we can barely use for crops. We can use it to some extent for crops, but it's not sustainable to use it for crops, really. And it stores carbon, this type of grazing land. So to build forests there or something, it's just stupid.
Yeah, the idea that you're going to turn those ancient grasslands into forest. It's just more of the fantasy lie that this picture they're trying to paint. It's all fiction. It's just like a Walt Disney movie.
Yeah, and I have not heard him talk about the pesticides. I have not him talk about nutrition. Just about. I mean, he said that meat is inefficient because it turns so much grain into a little bit of meat or something.
Yes.
It's just total nonsense. I mean, when we adjust for protein quality of the human digestible feed versus protein quality of the meat, we get a net plus of protein. So it's not inefficient at all. But even if it was protein inefficient, it would not be inefficient in other metrics. So
well, what they always do is they go to like weight or calories, because if they go to proper nutrition, then the entire platform that the agenda is standing on collapses.
yeah, exactly. But let's talk about the ethical part, because vegans, they might agree that there would be an increase in crop agriculture in a vegan scenario, which to me is just undeniable at this point. But they are okay with this, with the crop deaths, for example. They're okay with it because they say, for example, that that there would be more deaths there would be more death and suffering in nature, for example. Right. So wiping out all these animals through monocropping is okay, because there would be a predator prey cycle in nature or something. But here's the problem with that. The problem is that we don't know whether or not animals are more happy in nature or not. We don't know whether or not they suffer more in nature versus in not in nature. We don't know that. So the default position is to leave these animals alone, really. As much as possible, of course.
You talking about the wild animals?
Yeah.
Well, they've got to be hunted to some degree in most cases, because their natural predators have been removed in a lot of regions, so that you have to have something to cull the population, where you get problems.
Right, but I'm talking about this vegan argument about vegans wiping out whole animal species in the wild so that they're no longer suffering. And I think this is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's the nutrivore-esque nuke the earth, nuke the planet. If you nuke the planet, you end all life. You permanently end all the suffering and death. And that's the conclusion that I come to in the end, the very first vegan kill cult video that I made, is that if veganism is left unchecked to run its full course, it's going to result in a lifeless planet, because that's the only way that you can minimize suffering, and that's the only way to get it down as far as possible, is to get rid of life. You get rid of life, you get rid of suffering.
Vegeta says, "Curious, are you guys against roadkill? Do you mean like some animal that is on that on the street, and you're picking up that animal and cooking it and eating it or something?"
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Are you against? Well, what they're saying is, rather than going and kill an animal, why don't you just go out on the road and scrape up some roadkill? Which is funny, because about half the fruits are discarded because they have blemishes on them. The vegans won't buy an orange with a brown spot on one side, or a gaping hole on one side where a sparrow started eating it. So, why aren't, if the vegans want us to eat roadkill, then why aren't they out there eating all the rotten fruit that we're throwing away?
I think Vegeta wants to make a different point. He says, well, hundreds of millions of animals are killed on roads every year. He wants to say that those accidental deaths are the same as crop deaths, but this is again nonsense.
Yeah, I think the problem.
Let me explain why crop deaths are immoral, right? Why they're not just some accident or something, right? And I'm gonna use an analogy to explain this. So let's say you have a burglar breaking into someone's home, right? And he's carrying with him some gold, right? He's carrying with him some gold, right. And he's placing the gold in that stranger's home, right? And then the stranger comes back from work, let's say, and they discover in their home a bunch of gold, and they want to grab that gold, and then the burglar shoots that original homeowner, and he thinks he's in the right because after all he wants to grab his gold. Yet the burglar actually broke into that stranger's home and placed the gold there in the first place, right?
Right.
So that is similar to what is happening to the animals, or even another way. Actually, I can give another analogy, but Vegeta says he's not making that argument. Yeah, what kind of argument then?
I think the question that Vegeta is asking is why won't you shut up about crop deaths? If you won't shut up about crop deaths, can I get you to talk about the animals that die from roadkill instead? So basically,
He probably wants to lure us into some dialogue tree or something. He's not just asking about
yeah,
roadkill.
right,
He's just
right.
doing some bullshit dialogue tree or something.
I think the question is for you, Vegeta. What does roadkill have to do with crop deaths? Nothing, because crop deaths have everything to do with the items that are offered on the vegan menu. What does roadkill have to do with the vegan menu? Nothing. So back to crop deaths. So stop trying to justify all of those crop deaths that are required for the vegan menu by deflecting and having us defend. If you have to be against roadkill. You have to stop driving a car. That's the argument. That's the argument. Vegans are flipping the script because they're the ones that always say, "Hey, certain amount of animal death is going to be okay, right?" Because if I order something on Amazon and they have to fly on a Federal Express jet, and that Federal Express jet happens to hit a sparrow, and that sparrow dies, that's just kind of cost of doing business in this time. But if you're going to minimize the amount of suffering and death, then you got to go vegan. They're just repeating the same lies in a circular fashion, the same claims that have no backing, and just a deflection trying to get the eyes off of crop deaths and onto some other animal deaths.
I mean,
do you care about roadkill? That's a question for a vegan. I'm not the damn vegan here. You're the vegan. Do you care about roadkill? Golly. Vegans running around with their hair on fire talking about, I gotta care about animals. And then whenever someone else points out the animals that they don't care about, then they start having you justify your veganism. I'm not a vegan. I don't have to justify my veganism.
He is sort of the difference between roadkill and crop deaths.
See, here's
roadkill is accidental. Crop deaths is not accidental. That's the difference. What is the analogy between those two things?
Crop deaths are intentional. So why do you care about? I mean, here's the vegan again. I told you this is what it was all about. Is if you don't care about roadkill, then why do you care about crop deaths? I don't want you to care about crop deaths. Stop caring about crop deaths.
I mean, vegan. Let me also point out another difference, because in a certain way, building a road in animal habitat is similar to crop deaths. However, here's the difference. There's nothing about the road that is luring the animals to that road. But when we have a crop field, those crops are luring the animals on that field. So if the crop farmer is are crop deaths accidental or intentional? They are intentional, or they're basically knowingly happening, right? When they are let me speak
on that. Come on. I mean, it's intentional. It's intentional. Pesticides are designed to kill.
Yeah.
You're you're spraying pesticides intentionally, you don't just know that it's killing them. You're killing them with the intent to kill them.
You can't answer. We
Crop
just
deaths
answered.
are intentional.
Yeah, exactly.
Crop deaths are intentional.
And I mean, look at this from this way, right? So you have this crop farmer. This crop farmer knows that when he plants the crops here, that some wild animals are going to be lured there, attracted by these crops, and he will have to kill them. He's going to kill them. He's going to booby trap the place. He's going to shoot them. He's going to poison them, whatever, right? And that happens year after year after year, right? It happens all year round. So it cannot be accidental, right? An accident is something that I don't know. It's something that happens without me consciously being aware of it at the moment of it happening. But the crop farmer is well aware that when he has a bean field there, for example, right? When he has a bean field there, or a rice field, or a strawberry field, whatever, he knows that he's gonna kill animals then, and he still does it, right? He still does it, even though there are other options that he could take, right? There are other options that he could take. He could just not have these plants there. He could just reduce the amount of strawberries he plants. He could just plant something different, set up different food, raise different food, or no food, or whatever, right? There are different options, or protect the crops in another way, or right. There are all kinds of options, and yet he's still he still does what he does, right? Which is to basically lure these animals there and kill them. Whether or not this is like his first intention, because his first intention is obviously to sell these crops and make money, but nonetheless, he still deliberately chooses a road of action that leads to animals suffering and death. And that makes it immoral because there are other options, and this is intentional, right? It's sort of like a chemical company that poisons some river, right? But it doesn't actually have to poison that river. But if it didn't poison that river, it would just lose out on profits, maybe 10% profits or something. Obviously, it is not its first intention to poison the river, but it nonetheless, in the process of doing something else, it chooses an action that leads to more harm.
That's right.
Right? So it's not accidental.
You can't shoot a pigeon accidentally when it's in a pea field.
Yeah, and Vegeta says driving cars will necessarily kill animals. Well, here's the thing.
Hold on, listen. Look at all those pigeons. Those were
Hello.
all those pigeons were killed intentionally because they were on the crops. Now listen to what this guy says.
Hello again. Out pigeon shooting again.
out pigeon shooting again.
On a rape field again.
On a rape field again. Rapeseed.
Protecting wheat behind me
Protecting wheat behind me
again.
again. So all of this business about crop deaths being unintentional, you can't unintentionally point a gun at an animal and shoot it in the face because it's on a wheat field.
Yeah. Yeah, and
So,
again, there are
another
multiple
vegan.
options.
Another vegan got busted lying.
Yeah, and again, there are other options that could just not be this rape field, right? There could be something else.
Yeah, this was it could be rape field, it could be wheat, it could be barley, it could be peas, it could be
No, I meant there
apples.
could be something. No, I meant something other than crops. I meant something other than crops. I didn't mean other crops. I meant something other than crops. I meant cutting back on crops, basically. This is what I'm talking about. This is also an option. I mean, look, the thing is, we are not saying that all crop deaths are I mean, to some extent, crop deaths are inevitable to some extent, right? Even if we have like the perfect food system or whatever. But the thing is, what we are questioning, what we are challenging is this huge amount of crop deaths really necessary? And I wouldn't say that this is the case. I would say that this isn't necessary, this magnitude, right? So Vegeta says driving cars will necessarily kill animals. Yes, of course. But but we still have a choice to build better roads, to build less roads in animal habitats, for example, or to drive more safely, right? To reduce harm. We have that option, right? And the problem with crop deaths is not necessarily the existence of it in a minute way or something, but the sheer magnitude of it is the problem when there are actually other options. This is the problem, really. And again, it's not unintentional or accidental. When you're knowing that when you plant this bean field here, there's going to be animals that are lured to that, like moths to a flame, and then you have to shoot them, you have to poison them, you have to explode them, you have to trap them, whatever, right? So none of this is accidental. This is with full knowledge and forethought, really.
You there?
Yeah, have you heard what I said there?
Yeah, I was
Or
listening.
okay. You were just listening. Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
listening. I'm also thumbing through these videos so that there's some visual backdrop backing up what we're trying to get across to these people. It doesn't have to be crop.
Yeah, we need more footage actually to put together some kind of crop deaths documentary or something, because these vegans, they have all kinds of documentaries. We need something similar.
Yeah. There's, we'd have to create it because, I mean, of course, you got plenty of footage on YouTube. You can thumb through here and show crop protection in action. There's different kinds of lethal, intentional crop protection measures. Sometimes they're shooting them in the face. Sometimes they're shooting them in the stomach. Sometimes they're poisoning them. Sometimes they're blowing them up with explosives. Sometimes they're trapping them and gassing them. And sometimes they're just trapping them and starving them. There's all kinds of ways that monocropping intentionally kills animals so that the items that are offered on the vegan menu are there to be offered.
Yeah,
Right.
and Dragon King in the comments makes a good point. He says, so your justification for all the toxic rivers and poisoned fish and carbon footprint is just whoopsie daisy. Yeah, exactly. So you cannot tell me that quadrillions of animals being killed by pesticides is the same as car accidents. It's not the same. Not even remotely close to being the same. It's bullshit.
Yeah, it's bullshit. And that's why we know that when you're talking to a vegan that's acting like that, you've got someone who's expressed concern for the animals, is a lie. If your concern for the animals was the truth, then you wouldn't be trying to choke out any discussion of crop deaths. But those vegans that try to choke out all discussion of crop deaths are obviously misanthropic, malicious liars that are using veganism as a cover story for their little operation. They're trying to get as many people on nutrient deficiencies as possible while getting them onto crop agriculture and as much death, animal suffering and death as possible. Veganism is about exactly opposite as what it's presented to be about. It's full of misanthropic dipshits that are out to harm people and harm animals. The way to do that is with crop monocropping, conventional monocropping agriculture, the same monocropping that produces all of the items offered on the vegan menu. So it's not about animals dying and suffering. It's about humans. It's about causing harm with humans, trying to engineer nutrient deficiencies, trying to engineer higher rates of birth defects. This is literally what these people are trying to engineer. They're trying to harm. Veganism is about enacting more harm, more death, more suffering, more birth defects. Veganism is an evil cult.
And it's corporate financed. I mean, but before Carson was gone, I actually wanted to ask him about his following, or I mean, he said in his live stream that he followed or sort of admired Brian Johnson, this
Yeah,
entrepreneur. And of course, when I looked Brian Johnson up, he's a contributor to the World Economic Forum. So no surprise there.
yeah, he's an author. He's one of the on-staff authors for their agenda.
And I mean, don't vegans find it odd that all the people they sort of follow and support in all these organizations, they're kind of linked to the World Economic Forum and similar corporate entities like that? Don't they find that strange? I mean, look at Peter Singer, who is also a major animal rights philosopher, thinker, and he's also a contributor to the World Economic Forum. don't they find that strange?
Well, if they weren't, if I think that veganism attracts a bunch of um, covert narcissists, and a covert narcissist lives in a fantasy world where they're the main character of the movie, and it literally is a fantasy world. And the problem with the covert narcissist is that they have no ability for self introspection or thinking critically when it comes to the fantasy that they create, that they try to get everyone around them to buy into. And so it's a problem. There's a narcissist epidemic around the world right now, and veganism is a cult that really attracts these narcissists, and you can't get them to think critically about what they've been told. They don't notice these obvious inconsistencies in their logic and these gaping holes in their morals and ethics. And in fact, they're very open about, like the vegan that was in the comment section just begging us to stop talking about crop deaths. Please stop talking about the animals that suffer and die in the category of suffering and death that we call crop deaths. We packaged it in that crop deaths box because we wanted to sweep it under the couch and forget about it.
I mean, when you look at these gunmen with their rifles, would you say that this is like driving a car and accidentally hitting a rat? Would you say that
No,
this is like the same?
I don't know. I've never accidentally shot an animal in the face. I can't say that
Or
it is the same as it.
or accidentally placed a booby trap around the field, just by accident.
Yeah, accidentally set out some poison. Just accidentally. Accidentally buy the poison. Yesterday I accidentally drove to the livestock feed store where they have all of the chemicals there for the crop farmers as well. And I accidentally bought some poison for my crop fields. Then I accidentally drove home with it. And then I accidentally opened it up. And I accidentally took it out to the crop fields. And would you believe that I accidentally set it down on the ground out there so that some animal would come along and eat it? I accidentally walked back in the house and waited for nature to take its course. And the next day I got up out of bed and drank a cup of coffee. I went back out there in the field and I accidentally found a bunch of dead animals that I had accidentally poisoned from that poison that I accidentally bought, that I accidentally brought home. Yeah, the fellow went inside and accidentally picked up a gun, accidentally went back out to the crop field and accidentally started shooting animals, because you can't poison all of them. You have to shoot some. Oh wait, accidentally. Yeah,
Yeah, it's just like roadkill, right? My goodness.
it's just like roadkill. Like if you get on YouTube, can you get thousands of hours of footage of roadkill? No. Roadkill is a tiny. There's a tiny amount of animals killed for roadkill compared to all of the animals that are shot in the face for being in a crop field. That's an ongoing genocide going on as you speak. Every plate of fruit represents a bunch of dead animals. Every bowl of cereal represents a bunch of dead animals. Yeah, but you can show a vegan all of this crop protection shooting, and in the next breath, they're asking you what's the difference between this and roadkill. Both are accidental.
I mean, the amount of mental gymnastics, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, this is a good one right here. Did you ever watch this? What's this?
By everyone who visits the state, and especially by those of us who live here. We have unique flora and fauna because Tasmania was once part of the supercontinent of Gondwana, which split apart 200 million years ago. The Australian continent itself had our tiny little tip of southern of Tasmania that was the last to separate from Gondwana, and we left the Antarctic continent a mere 45 million years ago. While the rest of Australia drifted closer to the equator and became warmer and drier, Tasmania has stayed cool, and because of that, we've kept our Gondwanan legacy. And we have rare and beautiful plants and animals here that exist nowhere else on the planet. We still have the Anaspides tasmaniae, which is a mountain shrimp that looks like Triassic fossils that are over 230 million years old. And we have alpine trees like the Northophagus gunnii that grew in the Antarctic before it was ice. So these intrinsic value of our native wildlife, however, are totally lost, it appears, by this government. And we've seen recently some really horrendous examples of the lack of value this government holds in native wildlife. Native animals are treated by the government as an inconvenience, a pest, a crop destroyer and a nuisance. Permits to kill them are being handed out by Depipui, it seems, like lollies to kids at a party. The Launceston Golf Club's owners didn't like animal excrement dirtying the soles of their golfers' shoes, so Depipui gave them a permit to kill the ducks, possums, native hens and wallabies. And it was only thanks to the passionate outcry of Tasmanians about the killing of this wildlife that reached as far as Hollywood and gave...
You know, it's really weird that Tasmania is like the only place in the world where there are people standing up and pointing to crop deaths as an issue.
That's interesting.
Yeah, she continues to talk. She gets into the crop protection permits.
Speaker, that lifted the ban on 1080 poison permits, the barbaric and cruel poison that the Greens effectively banned when we were in government.
So this is a agricultural
and the lack
poison.
of rigour around authorising crop protection permits has led to clear negligent decisions that endanger native populations.
So the crop protection permits are allowing the killing of so many animals that it's wiping out entire native species in different parts of the world. And like I say, for some reason over in Tasmania, they actually care about it. Here, you can't get, you certainly can't get a vegan to look at it. And there's no one in the carnivore community that's interested in pointing out crop deaths, you know?
Yeah. It's a shame.
Yeah. You're not going to find any of the big carnivore influencers telling the truth about this. And the reason for that is because they're affiliated they're professional influencers. They're affiliated with the grain-fed beef industry, and the grain-fed beef industry is the underling, the child of the corn industry. Big Daddy Corn is in control of the beef industry in the United States. And therefore, you will not find any of the carnivore, the big moneyed carnivore influencers talking about the crop deaths issue, because that issue is a grain-fed beef issue as well, because a large amount of corn is grown specifically to feed the cattle. However, that large amount, which is about 18 to 20 million acres here in the U.S., is only 20% of the corn that's grown. So it's not the majority of the corn that's grown, but it is enough to make a difference. And like I've explained, is that we get rid of grain-fed beef, we're going to have more beef, because we can convert that corn acreage into rotational grazing, produce a whole lot more beef than what's being produced right now.
But you could also just get your beef from McDonald's and Wendy's. Have you thought about that?
Right. You're referring to this habit that these mega influencers, these mega carnivore influencers, always tell people that they cannot allow the phrase grass finished beef to pass their lips without linking it to being cost prohibitive. Oh, it's just expensive. It's we're not saying that it's bad for you. It's just that most people can't afford it. And so we want you to, if you can't afford grass-fed beef, then eat grain-fed beef. There ain't no difference. Well, there is a difference, and it's in the CLA, it's in the omega-3s, it's in the excess omega-6s, it's in the estrogens that those cattle are shot up with. It's in the fact that that industry is the main fuel for the vegan movement. If you take away grain-fed, the concentrated grain feeding of cattle, and veganism no longer has any ground to stand on.
Yeah.
So you're taking. Go ahead.
Yeah, like I said in my recent video, vegans have this false dilemma or false binary. It's either veganism or the CAFO model. But what about other options that can actually be pursued? I mean, this is a false dilemma, fallacy that vegans are opening up.
Yeah, and if you point out the destruction and suffering and death caused by crop protection or crop agriculture that produces the vegan menu, then they'll say, well, we don't know what the future entails. We might come up with a type of agriculture that gets rid of all those pesticides and all of that animal suffering and death. So best thing we can do is just stop eating animal products right now and rely on someone coming up with an answer before we all starve to death. That's what they want to do. They want to go ahead and, before we get any of the details worked out, just go ahead and ban all animal products and sort it out after we set in motion a global famine. Set that famine in motion and use the urgency to motivate some human to go out there and violate the laws of biochemistry and come up with some magical way to grow plants without any water or any sunlight or any nutrients or any crop protection measures.
But if you ask for their math, then isn't that what did the anti-carnist say? Isn't that like asking about invisible ninjas? Or what did he say again?
I vaguely remember what you're talking about.
Yeah, the anti-carnists that we debated, we said that if vegans want to have this vegan world, they have to show us that it works and how it works and how it would work. And he was like, no, we don't have to do any of that, basically. We are the ones who have to provide evidence that there would be a problem or something.
Yeah, it's crazy. We're years into this and we still cannot get a vegan to talk about crop deaths. Every time you try to talk about it, they just want you to shut up, which is flies in the face of their claimed ethics.
Let's actually react to another video. Maybe either another plant chompers video or maybe some vegan debates. The Chris Hines versus Andrew Wilson debate from the Crucible. They had a debate that was half an hour long or something.
Let's see. Oh, was that with Andrew and Chris?
Wait, someone said, Garland, didn't you block Jeffrey Phillips, who did debate you on crop deaths? You block people who will debate you and then complain nobody will. Did you block Jeffrey Phillips?
I just blocked him a while ago on this, just for this live stream, because he was spamming the comment section.
Okay.
All of the comments that he made are still up there. So that other guy that came on that was spamming something else, I banned him outright, and all of his comments disappeared. Jeffries didn't disappear because he was just temporarily timeouted because he was he's never nice to me. He's always very cruel, and he's lying. He's telling people that I conceded something that I didn't. The whole argument was about whether or not monocropping would increase in a vegan world, and they conceded to that crop agriculture would have to increase in the vegan world. They were supposed to get with me on a later date, and we were going to try to calculate how much destructive monocropping would have to increase in a vegan world, but they lost interest in the subject, and I think it's because they knew they had been they'd conceded and already lost the whole debate, so they didn't see any sense in continuing the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I would only talk to people who are respectful. I wouldn't talk to people who are disrespectful.
Yeah, he's very disrespectful. And
so, for example, Carson was very respectful, so I have no problem talking with him. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, vegans, if you want to sort of convince people of your philosophy or whatever it is, then you have to learn some manners, actually.
Yeah, I'm always, people, after every time I have Jeffrey Phillips on, he just constantly throwing insults and ad hominem attacks and lies, and attacks on my character and defamations and slanders. And I just usually sit back and let him go because I know that the people out there who have any type of intelligence are going to listen to him and say, you know, this guy's out of his mind. He's just a malicious vegan. And but there's also other people like on the carnivore side that, no, you needed to really lay into him. And I just, for Jeffrey, it's always worked better for me to just let him dig his own ditch. You know, he always digs a ditch, so let him do it. But tonight, I wanted to be able to, at least do this live stream without him constantly spamming, and he's trying to link everyone to his YouTube channel constantly. I mean, he's a ridiculous case.
Yeah, and also for Jeffrey, he said to you in the comment section that cows are supplemented so that you can get vitamins from them or something. And I answered him on that. I said that cows don't require B12 supplements because they can't synthesize B12 themselves via bacteria in their rumen, and all they need is cobalt for that, and they can get cobalt from eating plants. If there's enough cobalt in the soil, if the soil is not totally depleted, then there's enough cobalt in the soil, and that is taken up by the plants, and then the cow eats the plants. They get the cobalt, they synthesize the B12 via the bacteria with the cobalt in the rumen.
Yeah.
And that's how it works, basically. No B12 supplements for the cows required. It is only done sometimes in commercial CAFO operations.
Sometimes.
Yeah, your sound is kind of weird.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Very badly. There's something with your microphone, I think. Hello?
How about now?
It's very... the volume is very low.
Well, you turn the volume up. Is that better?
It's
Probably hear everything.
The sound is kind of muffled, really.
All right. Well, let me see. About now.
It's better, definitely.
All right. Let's try that.
An honest doubter asked Garland, did you lie about blocking him versus timing him out?
Well, like I said, if you'll scroll up in the comments, you'll see comments from, in fact, I'll go up here and find one. Here's, see, here's Jeffrey Phillips. There are crop death studies.
Yeah, those studies are garbage. They're looking at field deaths.
Yeah, if I had banned Jeffrey outright instead of timing him out, then none of these comments here would be available for me to pin. Because if you ban someone, all of their comments are removed automatically. So, just another vegan liar trying to call Garland Farms a liar. So, this person right here is a lying vegan. All right, you ready to watch some of this debate on the Crucible?
Yeah, and towards the end, it gets really crazy about some of the entailments of them basically privileging the value of sentience over pretty much all other considerations. That is really interesting. What
Mhm.
this actually logically leads to.
Debate. So apologies if this was brought up already, Andrew. But did you name the trait? What is the trait difference that means you can own a dog and kill them at will, but you can't do that to a human? Oh, sorry, I can't actually hear you.
You're muted, Andrew.
Yeah.
Why ask me such a question when you yourself believe there is a trait if you value human life above animal life?
Well, the thing is, I value the fact that we're sentient and animals are sentient, and
Yeah,
therefore
that's
I
nice.
wouldn't.
But
I
do
wouldn't
you
want my
value?
sentience removed. So it'd be hypocritical
Yeah.
of me
Do you
to.
value human life above animal life or not?
Not necessarily. I believe there is a sentience hierarchy. So obviously, I don't value myself the same as, say, an ant or
So
a
then
flea.
let me ask you a question.
Sure, go for
If
it.
somebody murdered an animal and somebody murdered a human, should they get the same penalty?
Depends on what the animal is. It depends on what the situation was.
Same,
Like
it's the same crime under the same circumstances, just some premeditated murder.
okay, so what? So actually, we'll go back to what you said before. So it was like a dog and a human, right? Is that what you were saying before? Okay.
Doesn't matter what it is. A fucking cat.
Well, yeah, I mean, if there was
what about your
literally-
pet hamster? Like your pet hamster, somebody comes in and like
Well, I don't believe in the pet
stabs
trade,
to
no.
death your pet hamster.
Well, yeah, I mean, if there's absolutely no reason, then why should there be any difference in punishment, really?
Well, that's my question. So you don't.
Yeah, well,
believe that there
I'd
should
say.
be- So then
I would say if
people
there's
should go to
literally no
prison for
reason.
life for killing.
Okay, so if Chris Hines was being honest here, then he would have to say that intentional crop deaths are murder.
Yeah.
Their hamster.
I'll say if there's literally zero reason someone's doing it, like literally, it could be completely avoided, then yeah, why shouldn't there be a difference?
Oh, there's that vegan. You see, if there's no reason for them to do it, then you say, well, you're doing it. But we have a reason. You see how that works? His Machiavellian technique, he's laying that out there. He's premeditating someone coming back and saying, but you're doing it. And he says, go back and listen to what I said. I said, if you don't have a reason for killing the animal, then it's wrong. If you have a reason, like vegans, we have a reason for the animals that we kill.
I think this is begging the question because it presupposes that the plans that they kill animals for are necessary, when this is not necessarily the case.
Right. They're speaking from a position that is claiming that the default position is that destructive monocropping is necessary.
Wait a sec. There's a point of clarification. Vegeta says, if you take insects out of the equation, first of all, why would we do that? Shouldn't do that, but I mean, we should only do that because it's convenient for you. But if we take insects out of the equation, then deaths from animal agriculture outnumber deaths from crop agriculture by 4 to 5 times. Citation needed on that.
Yeah, that's just a empty claim. Vegans can make empty claims. That doesn't make the claim have any validity.
Yeah, who was it that said this? Carl Sagan or Christopher Hitchens? What can be said without evidence can be dismissed without evidence or something?
Look, an honest doubter, I was asking legitimately. I'm not even a vegan. Vegans always say that. I just find it ridiculous that you're complaining that nobody will debate you on crop deaths when you banned, timed out a person who literally did. Vegans. Idiots.
Vegeta says, if you put insects into the equation, we can't ignore the quadrants of little critters that die from slaughtering animals. What critters? What? Listen, this Vegeta guy is ridiculous with his flies that are sitting on a cow or something, or the parasite sitting on a cow.
Right. So
Yeah,
the
show
cow has
the
parasites. Kill the cow, kill the parasites. Pay the penalty for killing the parasites.
yeah show the empirics then. Show that there are more critters on cows versus in the wild animal habitat that is destroyed by crop agriculture, and also on the soil and within the food web of the soil. Good luck with that. I mean, you do understand that pesticides, when you spray them on soil, that they kill all kinds of microorganisms. You do understand that, right?
Vegeta, where's your source that's showing that more tiny critters are killed on cows than are killed in the soil that are sprayed with pesticides and fertilizers to grow the items that are offered on the vegan menu? Why aren't you taking those little critters into account? Several 100 million acres of soil and all those little microorganisms that you say that you're caring about, but you're not mentioning. Vegeta, what is the biomass of a cow and the microorganisms they contain? Explain yourself. Do you understand the quadrillions of microorganisms that live in the ground that are killed by the crop agriculture that produces the items on the vegan menu? Do you understand that?
And also, microorganisms are not animals. Or are they animals? Are they animals?
You'd have to ask Vegeta that. I don't think they're animals. Okay. I think we can ignore that idiot.
Yeah.
Well, why should there be a difference in?
So you have
in
zero
function?
delineation between the morality of a human being, your moral preference to a human being, and your preference of an animal. I just want to make sure I get this right, and then I'll give
Well,
you
I
my
would say
justification.
as far as if there should be, the level of punishment. And again, it would depend on the animal and depend on the situation. If you're just going up and just wantonly
We're just going to
stabbing a dog in the
equalize
head,
them. However you want to equalize them, it's irrelevant to me.
okay, yeah, well,
Whatever the equalization mechanism is, somebody premeditated to come in and stab.
See, this is what the vegans are trained to do: is that you try to ask them a question that's going to expose the hypocrisy of veganism, and they'll immediately start to try to sweep the question over into a hypothetical that has no relevance at all to the real world. And so what Andrew's having to do is say, no, you're not playing that game. Equalize it however you want, but it's equal. And Chris doesn't want to do that. He wants to paint some kind of but what if the
Stab your fucking hamster to death, and he did, and he cut its throat, and it was barbaric, and he chopped its fucking head off. If they did that to your wife, do you consider it equal?
well, the thing is, it'll be different because
somebody else's wife.
I have a.
See, he can't get him. He accidentally said your wife, and then he said, "Well, see, I can't because that's my wife." It's okay. Then somebody else's wife. Somebody else's wife. Somebody else's wife. Somebody. He has to say it over and over because Chris Hines was he saw that as an opportunity. It was like a life preserver being thrown to him. Like, oh, I found a tool of deflection. And now I'm not gonna let this go. I'm gonna sit here and milk it for all it's worth.
I have a species
Yeah,
bias.
somebody else's wife.
Right, if someone else's wife, it doesn't matter. I have a species bias, and I will
So you
admit
do
that
value
because
humans above animals. So what is the
yeah,
trait
because
that
I
makes
have a species bias, but
So
that doesn't
what is-
mean
so
that
the
doesn't
trait-
make the killing of the animal moral, though, does
So
it?
the
So
trait.
what's the difference? You
Well,
haven't
wait,
actually
wait,
you haven't
wait,
answered
no,
my
no,
question
you
yet.
just
You do
gave it to
realize that,
me.
right?
You just gave it to me. You just said that the delineation is bias, right?
Yeah, but you haven't answered my question. So what is?
Only need to answer your question with your own answer, which
So
is
it's purely bias.
whatever your
Well, so,
criticism.
can you clarify for me then? The trait is bias. Is that right? I asked a question first. Remember,
I'm trying to answer it. What I'm saying is that any criticism in which you levy for name the trait, if you value humans above animals, I can levy the same criticism back at you. I need you to understand that. But now to get to my specific trait delineation would be metaphysical experience. Being able to have some type of metaphysical experience would be the delineation. In other words, animals can't use the laws of logic. But assuming one could, and you can demonstrate that, then I would say we should not eat that animal or that alien species or whatever the fuck it was.
well, there are humans that can't do that as well, so they're okay. we can kill them?
Explain again when we're talking about I value the species that can have such experiences. That's the same exact thing that you would say with sentience, yes?
Okay,
that
so
you hang on,
so you're
that
saying,
you hang on, dude.
Let him finish, Chris.
You don't need to ask me what I'm saying. Just listen and you'll hear what I'm saying.
Okay.
What I'm saying to you specifically is that you value this trait, of which is sentience. I don't value that trait. Instead, I value the trait of metaphysical experience. The sentience is irrelevant to me.
But you were saying so if that's within the normality of the species, correct? So if the normality of the species is metaphysical, okay.
Yes,
so if 51% of the human race do not have that, is it okay now to kill the other 49% because the majority of the people don't have that experience? Because that would be the normality of the species.
So again, when we're talking about this, how would that be a normalcy? When you're talking about absurd hypotheticals, do you yourself believe that could ever be mapped onto reality?
Well, yeah, just say, for example, for some reason, 51% of the population became completely mentally ill in some way where they literally couldn't understand what was going on around them.
Would the laws of logic then go away?
Well, no, the logic wouldn't go away,
Then
but they wouldn't understand they wouldn't understand logic.
If it doesn't matter if they understand it, right? They're the only things capable of having a metaphysical experience. Therefore, I value them as a species. Yes, they are. There's
just
name a creature. Name a creature that can follow the laws of logic. Go ahead. I'll wait.
No, but it does. I don't think that's irrelevant.
Name a creature that can follow the laws of logic. Vegan is not on that list. I know that.
Whether some can.
I don't care if you think it's irrelevant. You asked me what
but with that logic, you could just say, okay, if one goldfish can understand logic, therefore the entire goldfish species now is protected because one.
That's right. So name the species. Name the species.
Ridiculous.
Are you going to name the species? Why? Then give an argument for why.
Why? Because the rest of the species, the majority of that would be a one-off situation. That would be a complete anomaly.
Tell me why it's wrong for me to value it.
Why it's wrong for you to value it?
Yes.
Because...
Why is it wrong for me to value it? You can't, right?
No, the reason
it's your
is...
same argument levied at you, you damned fool. Why don't you get it? It's your argument with a different criteria, which is why you're struggling with it.
You're not letting me actually answer the question.
Answer.
Okay. So the reason that would be kind of absurd to do is because, like I said, you could literally go around with a magic wand and just go, right, you've got this, and then suddenly a whole species is protected, even though the rest of them are completely mentally deranged. They don't understand anything.
Oh, really?
Whatsoever.
So if 51% of humanity could not experience sentience, would it be okay to kill them?
It would be okay to kill the 51% that weren't sentient.
That's a fucking lunatic, man.
No, why would that be lunacy? If they're not sentient, hold on. If they're not sentient, why is it lunacy to kill something which you can't really do because they're not sentient?
Pause on that. I mean, look at this. This is crazy. I mean, for example, if you have a person in a coma, for example, and they're currently not sentient, is it then okay to kill them? I don't think so.
Well, you know, the problem is, like Andrew's pointing out, is that animals are not categorized by sentience. That's not how animals are separate. They're much more separated along the lines of what Andrew was talking about, which is the ability to follow logic. And there is no animal out there that can follow logic.
Yeah.
It has not been demonstrated.
Yeah, that is a purely human trait. Exactly. And the thing is, even if someone say, "Oh, what about a disabled human being?" But the thing is that a disabled human being still has the potential or the capacity to follow logic. It's just not currently expressing that or not currently materializing that capacity, but it still has the capacity to do that.
Well, even if it never regains that capacity, it's still a human being. And even Chris Hines admitted a few minutes ago that he has a bias towards his species. So why not just justify a blanket no-kill policy for your own species based on the fact that not only are they sentient, but they're also able to follow logic, and if they don't have the ability right now, history shows that they may have it in the future. So, in other words, that puts cannibalism and any type of a genocide, any type of murder of human beings, takes it off the table, period.
Exactly. Yeah, so
That's what you value.
name the trait is defeated, basically.
Correct.
You wouldn't consider it lunacy.
So you think it's immoral?
Hang on,
to kill
but from
insentient beings?
my
Can I get
worldview,
clarification on
from
that?
my worldview, you're not allowed to kill humans at all.
No,
Because
wait. Can I get a clarification? Do you think it's immoral to kill insentient beings?
Well, I don't understand.
Well,
the
you
question.
don't. I was just saying that there's all these insentient humans, and you asked me whether it was moral to kill them, and I said, well, they're not sentient, so there would be no moral issue. So
No,
therefore, you must
that's not what I
value
asked. That's not what I
non-sentience, right?
asked.
Okay, can you clarify that?
Okay, so my criticism here is that your levy against me is that if 51% of humanity could not experience any type of metaphysical standard, would the same thing apply to sentience?
What do you mean?
Well, how else can I phrase that? Would the same thing apply to sentience under the criticism of your worldview?
I only value the beings that are sentient, not the species as a whole.
Not the species as a whole. Well, that's our delineation point. I value the only species that is capable of it is what my preference and value.
So if there was like a rock, to say, as an example, a rock that became sentient, I would value the rock because it's got sentient, but the rest of the rocks.
Sure, and if you could demonstrate that the rock could have metaphysical experiences, I would then value the rock.
Yeah, but the way you said it is you would value the one rock having the metaphysical experience, and then you would assign that moral value to the rest of the rocks.
Sure, what's wrong with that? Demonstrate that one of those animals. Why would there be a problem with doing that?
Because that's like me saying, okay, well, I am sentient. Everything around me is made of the same carbon and space dust. Therefore, I must assign sentience to every single thing on Earth.
What would be problematic with that?
Because they're not sentient.
Well, then if so let me back up here.
And the metaphysical things that aren't metaphysical don't understand the metaphysical
Let's
because they're
assume,
not. They can't.
well, hang on. Let's assume for a
You
second.
get that right?
Yeah, I get it. I understand what you're saying, but so what? All that matters is what my preference is. There's no justification that you have that's superior to my own. If there is, then name it. Name what the justification is that you think is preferable to mine.
Okay, so you think, so you're saying that morals are just based down to preference. We can just whatever we.
I'm saying in your worldview they
It's
are.
funny because that's the argument.
So what are they in your worldview?
In my worldview, you are a degenerate unless you're a follower of Jesus Christ. A degenerate meaning without morals.
Right. Okay. So you're basically saying that I can't have morals because I'm not a follower of Jesus Christ, right?
Yeah.
Is that the gist?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get clarification.
You have no grounding for your morality. Yeah, that's true.
Okay. And can you prove that?
Yeah. What's your morals based on besides your own personal preference?
No, but you can't. You need to. Prove
I just proved it.
I mean,
what are your morals based on?
And all that kind of stuff.
Ask the question. Answer the question. What are your morals based on besides preference?
Well, my morals are based on the fact that I'm sentient and I can empathize.
Preference.
It's empathy. It's me saying,
preference.
well, I got this
the only reason you think that we should value this is your preference. See what I'm saying?
It's not so much a preference. It's just a personal experience. And don't you think that we should give things? But don't you think we should give things the benefit of the doubt? Don't you think that?
Well, no, because wait.
He didn't want to give the humans the benefit of the doubt when he said 51% of them aren't sentient. Right?
Yeah.
He claimed to have a species bias, but then he didn't exhibit any type of giving humans the benefit of the doubt when he painted this hypothetical picture where he had somehow identified 51% of the human population as non-sentient, therefore he could justify killing them.
Yeah, or imagine if there was a species that we find that is more sentient than humans. Other than does a species bias no longer apply? I mean, it's contradictory. Does he have a species bias or a pro-sentient
So
bias?
if we find a species that has a higher sentience level than human beings, then he would have to lose his, or he would or he would not still have a species bias.
I mean, the thing is what Andrew points out correctly is that their morality is not objective, it's subjective, and thus they cannot make any odd statements that are binding us towards veganism, right? They're not
right.
The vegan argument doesn't have any force behind it because it's just based on their preference.
Right. And that's really why I tend to focus on a vegan mandate, a global vegan mandate that would not be anything that we were convinced of doing. It would be something that we were coerced into. And so conversations like this at the end of the day may not have a lot of relevance, because what really matters in the future is whether or not the corporations and the governments around the world that are supplying people with meat are going to continue to supply them with meat. Because if they choose to turn off the supply of the meat, most of the people are not self-sufficient in that arena whatsoever, and they don't have a choice. If they stop supplying the meat, then there will be no meat available. And the people that think that they can just go out and hunt in this scenario don't understand. They haven't done the math. When they do the math, they'll figure out that all the wild animals will be dead and eaten within 2 weeks. And after 2 weeks, then even all the wild animals are gone. So I'm not worried about Chris Hines. I'm worried about the people who I think are employing him. I think that he's a low-level professional influencer, and I mean low level. He doesn't have any, he's got a very small YouTube channel, but he goes to all of the events. You'll see him at the vegan demonstrations, and he's out there on the streets doing his thing. He's got to be funded. He's got there's no indication that he's a professional of any kind. He's not a vegetable farmer. He's not a fruit farmer. He's not a computer programmer. He's a professional vegan activist, and it's the corporation or the power figure that is paying him that I'm worried about, because they're the ones that can turn off the spigot of the meat for everyone.
Can I address something real quick that was said in comments? So
yeah.
So two things: can crop agriculture exist without the usage of pesticides? Not on a large scale, without causing any significant food shortages. That's number one. Number two, I mean, unless we're talking about crop agriculture that is basically combined with livestock agriculture, and that is overall significantly reduced. The second thing is the reasons why these microorganisms in cows matter is that the level of sentience is so insignificant that they are basically like insects. That is an empirical claim which requires empirical evidence. Show me the evidence that their sentient levels are basically the same. I don't think you can find any evidence that bees are as sentient as microorganisms. Good luck with that. And this guy calls us confused. That's a clear case of Dunning-Kruger right there.
Yeah.
Hang on. You just said we should give things the benefit of the doubt, but your earlier criticism of me was that if I gave the entire species the benefit of the doubt, that they followed my value of metaphysics, that would be absurd, right?
Hold on, you just added that criteria in. You didn't say you're giving the benefit of the doubt. You made no indication that you're giving benefit of the doubt. You just said you'll extend it to everyone.
You didn't ask. Well, what is that besides the benefit of the doubt?
Lunacy.
Or the benefit of the doubt, right?
But you didn't say that. You're adding in that criteria.
Well, wait
now.
a second. That's what that meant, obviously.
No, it wasn't obvious.
Oh, okay. If it wasn't obvious, but you yourself came to the same conclusion within your worldview.
We're looking at actual measurable.
You're just not
criteria,
charitable.
Though.
You're just not charitable.
Hold on, we're looking at actual measurable criteria, right? If we got two humans, one of them's brain dead and the other one's
criteria. Let's go off measurable criteria.
So if we've got two humans and one of them we can clearly see is brain dead and the other one we can see has brain activity, we're obviously going to judge them in a different way, right? Because there's something we can measure.
No, because they both are capable of having a metaphysical experience.
Well, one with zero brain activity.
So what? Why is that a requirement?
How are they having a metaphysical experience if they have no brain activity?
Wait a second. Do you know what metaphysical means?
Were you saying about understanding logic and all this kind of stuff?
Well, no.
If not, please.
You don't even have to understand.
Remember, it's 2:30 in the morning.
You don't even have to understand logic. All you need to do is understand that the laws of logic are a constant and therefore metaphysical. They're immaterial, and the only things that can experience the laws of logic are humans. Therefore, I give humans preference above all other things.
How could a dead human understand that?
It doesn't matter. I give it species wide. I give it the benefit of the doubt. As you.
Yeah, he's pointing out that Chris wants to give the animals the benefit of the doubt, and Andrew wants to give the humans the benefit of the doubt. And at the end of the day, Chris demanding that no, it's not the humans that we give the benefit of the doubt to, it's the animals. That decision on Chris's part is subjective and based on his preference and his preference alone, which means absolutely nothing.
Correct.
You said you're yourself for sentience.
Yeah, but you're giving the benefit of the doubt to a corpse, which you have
It's
no
not a
evidence
corpse.
that can
Is its heart? Wait, is its
Of
heart
course it is.
beating? Would you consider a miracle to be miraculous? Or I'm sorry, a miracle to be metaphysical?
A miracle. It depends
Yeah.
what the miracle. I don't know. It depends what
Any
the
miracle.
I don't know.
Would it be physical or metaphysical? Would
Depends
its
on the-
originator be metaphysical or physical?
It would just be a very good coincidence, very good happening. I
Okay,
don't
but
know
assuming one
how I'd define
existed,
a miracle.
it would be metaphysical for it to be miraculous. And so therefore, a person who is brain dead, I would assume the miracle that they're no longer brain dead could happen, because I believe that the metaphysical is true and exists, and that it's objectively
Yeah,
provable.
well, surely by that then, why aren't you extending all that to everything else on the planet?
Because everything else on the planet can't in any way comprehend the metaphysical.
How do you know?
Because the laws of logic are not demonstrated by any animal.
How do you
and
know?
hang
What-
on. All
Where's
you
that
have,
written down?
how do you know a piece of lettuce doesn't feel pain?
How do you know it doesn't feel pain? Well,
Yeah.
what we
Boom.
do is we look at the lettuce and we look at the build that it's got, and we can see that there is no mechanism that we know.
Same mechanism I will use. Same mechanism
Hold
I'll
on.
use.
Well, also the things like the lettuce and stuff are essential, like for us to actually eat and survive. And I've got no issue.
Lettuce is essential for humans to survive. What?
Begging the question.
Wow. See, this is when vegans just tell these huge fucking lies. Like, these lies are so huge. And they just tell them over and over and over again. God, Chris, you're a liar.
Yeah,
Chris.
lettuce is so important that we have to slaughter so many animals for that. Right. It's that essential. Okay.
Yeah.
And
that's one of the most ridiculous things.
And also, let me quickly respond to that chat. I'm saying the level of sentience is mostly action-reaction. You can't empirically demonstrate it either, you clown, says Vegeta. So when I say empirically demonstrate that microorganisms have the same level of sentience as insects, then you are making you're making the claim that they have the same sentience level. So why is the burden of proof on me when you're making the claim? It doesn't make any sense. And I mean, when you're saying sentience is mostly action or reaction, I mean, show me the evidence that the insects and the microorganisms are just reacting and acting basically in the same manner. I mean, you don't have any evidence for that. It's just nonsense.
Here's the way it works. You tell the vegan, 500,000 quadrillion insects die because of your pesticides. And they say, well, nobody cares about those bugs. They're just bugs. And then you say, oh, okay, would you like some honey on your toast? And they're like, oh, how dare you? You know that those bugs worked for that honey. And they did all that work, and then you came along and you stole away their efforts. Do you know how that feels? Do you know how that feels for a bug? Yeah, but what about the bugs that are killed by the pesticide? You talk about those stupid bugs. They swing back and forth like that. Just within a 1 second period, they can go back and forth 4 times between caring about bugs and not giving a shit about bugs.
Yeah, and I mean, they just want to inflate the numbers on
They bounce they bounce back and forth with such a high rate of frequency that it causes a high-pitched ringing in your ears if you're standing around.
Yeah, I mean, look, man. Anyone who seriously wants to call me a clown, but then claim that literal bacteria have the same sentience level as a honeybee, for example, I'm sorry, but the joke writes itself pretty much.
Yeah, and you can also you can take that to another level, and you can find out that they're scientists can't point out big differences between a hydrogen atom and a solar system. Yeah, it's two different. It's a scalable model of rotation, spiraling, and orbiting.
I mean, microorganisms they don't have any nervous system, central nervous system. Honeybees do have a central nervous system. So would you say that this is the same level of sentience?
Earthling Ed went on and on about how sentient honeybees are.
Yeah. They can even feel pessimism or something, he said. They are reading Arthur Schopenhauer.
Yeah. According to Earthling Ed, honeybees can be pessimists. And here you are telling me that Earthling Ed is a liar. Or doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I mean he's clearly an expert, so
Earthling Ed.
But yeah, this is the newest crop deaths excuse that I have heard about. Bacteria, though.
I didn't think any vegan would ever have the gall to go there.
I mean, it's desperation, honest, obviously. I mean, what is next? Molecules, though. What is next?
Right. That's what I was saying. Is they're going to take it. It's like, inside that one atom, there could be a whole universe. You have to stop existing.
Well, yeah,
you have to somehow we're holding you responsible. You have to somehow collapse in on yourself.
Man, this is just madness at this point.
Bacteria, though.
Yeah, you have these AI images. You have to do some meme about that.
I'm gonna put up this beginning of this Earthling Ed video. Why don't vegans eat honey? So,
of all the animal products that vegans don't consume, honey is the one that seems the most confusing. So why is it that vegans don't consume honey? From an ethical perspective, bees have a brain and nervous system and have been shown to demonstrate emotions and even exhibit pessimism, which is a significant sign of intelligence. In the commercial...
Yeah, so there you go, vegans. That's why you don't eat honey. And then you're going to tell me that when it comes to honey, but then when I say, hey, you're driving the honeybees extinct with all your pesticides, well, no one gives a shit about bugs. Yeah. There's nothing
Yeah.
logical about that.
I mean, Vegeta, I'm waiting to show for you to show me the evidence that a bacteria has a brain and central nervous system.
Yeah. According to Earthling Ed, they've got a brain and a central nervous system and are even prone to pessimism. Can you imagine, like, if you were able to communicate with one of those honeybees and you're like, hey, man, what's up? And he's like, oh, goddamn, it's been a shitty day. You're like, no, it's all right. Things will get better. He's like, no, it never gets better. And then you're like, that's one of those pessimistic honeybees that Earthling Ed was telling me about.
But yeah, let's watch the rest of the debate because it gets even better.
You with survival.
Oh, okay. So even if they could experience pain at the same level an animal would, you would still kill them anyway.
Well, it depends. You would go for the one that's the least sentient and has the least pain.
You
They'd
would
never
still,
survive, you have
in
to
other
survive.
words, you would still fucking kill, even if the thing could feel pain, even if the thing.
Well, yeah, if you need to survive, you do things to survive.
So this is my whole point is that your whole criteria is arbitrary, just based on some absurd.
How is it arbitrary? Everyone, you need to survive, right? Are you saying we're surviving immoral?
No, you don't need to survive, do you?
Oh, so we should all kill ourselves.
I didn't say you should. I just said
Well,
you
what
don't
should we
need
do
to
then?
survive, do you?
Well, yeah, well, we obviously have a will to survive. We all want
Right,
to
we
live,
obviously have
and
a
as
will
part
to
of that,
survive.
We
And
do,
I have a
and
will
we
to
accept,
eat
and
meat.
we accept that we have
Hang
to
on,
do
hang on.
something
And
to
I have a
survive,
will.
right?
I have a will to eat meat. What's the problem with my will to eat meat if I base it on the same type of categorization you do? Which in your case is
Because the
sentience,
difference
with
is
mine's
the evidence that
metaphysical.
we see points to the fact that animals are a hell of a lot closer to us than a lettuce.
Yeah,
and
but that's
therefore,
just preference
and
based
therefore,
again.
and eating animals is completely unnecessary for
It's just
human
preference.
health. It is not mandated within the Bible or anything either.
Whoa, hold on. Let's go back and listen to that lie one more time. I'd like to highlight the lies, because this is a lie that Chris just told. Not just a lie.
You can't go to that. Sorry for
Damn lie.
Yeah, but that's just preference
and
based
therefore,
again.
and also eating animals is completely unnecessary for
It's just
human
preference.
health.
Liar, 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 liar. How many cases of birth defect you think that Chris might have caused with that statement of people buying that bullshit? Listen to that garbage coming out of his influencer mouth.
It's really criminal.
It is criminal. He what he just did there is a crime. You're right.
And
that is criminal.
And I mean, where's this evidence that is not necessary? Where's the evidence for that? And some vegans say, "Oh, where's your evidence that it is?" And then I'm asking, where's your evidence that eating lettuce is a necessity?
Right.
I mean, he said that eating lettuce is
an essential food for human health. Yeah.
So essential, in fact, that we should drive animals towards extinction for lettuce.
Right. And plow up the ground so that when it rains, all of the soil washes into the local rivers and finds its way into the ocean, contributes to the oceanic dead zones. I mean, you can't. Chris Hines is not that stupid. All right, he's not that stupid. Read between the lines. What does that make him when he's saying something that harmful? That's a serious crime. Oh, it's just following orders. Oh, it's just following orders. telling those lies, those vegan lies. And look at the expression on his face as he's saying that. He's eager for people to believe that they can stop eating all animal products and be just fine.
Yeah, I mean the track record of the vegan diet is piss poor. It's unbelievably bad, actually. I mean, we have. So what do we have? We have vegans quitting after 1 year, 84%. We have more ex-vegans than current vegans. We have at least 50% of vegans who become flexitarian or cheat and eat cheese and eggs when nobody's looking. We have all kinds of ex-vegan testimonies. We have practically no vegan that has been vegan for all stages of life. We have no vegan tribes, no vegan nations. We have no vegan empires throughout human history. What the track record is abysmal for the vegan diet. Abysmal. It's
not only in a lack of evidence way, but in an evidence of hell way.
Yeah.
An evidence of damage, an evidence of harm, an evidence of malice, evidence of lies and dishonesty, evidence of profiteering and corporate whoredom, evidence of corporate capture of otherwise would-be authorities. Because once a corporate captures an authority, they're no longer an authority. They're just a piece of shit.
If he was pressed on that statement, he would probably say, look, I'm basing this on the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics position paper.
Right. He would cite his source, and in this case, I have emails from the American Dietetic Association telling me that they don't have a position on vegan diets. And they told that to me directly.
I mean, I think that vegans, I mean, you call it a religion, right? You say that.
More like a cult.
Yeah.
A religion is something you can leave without, if you're a Catholic and you convert to Baptist, the people that you used to go to your Catholic church, they're not going to ostracize you and attack you on social media and call you all kinds of names in public and in private. They're just going to go, well, he chose, we have freedom of religion. He chose to be a different religion. That's his business. But when it comes to veganism, and I've learned lately that there's a fringe group in the carnivore community that is this way too, that if you if you step out of line one bit, they want you destroyed.
Yeah, and what I wanted to say is they the the vegans, they have like multiple holy texts. Basically, they have the position paper of the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, and they have the evidence hierarchy pyramid. Those are like scripture to them.
Yeah, they are. They're like scripture, the Gospels.
Yeah, it's because otherwise, I mean,
This
we have
hierarchy was passed down word of mouth for generations, 400 years. We finally got them written down for the animals.
yeah, it's like the word of God from them.
Yeah, look at these. I went up on the mountain and all this stuff happened and ended up with these stone tablets. It says up here at the top, hierarchy of sentience. We can start killing people now. Soylent Green. I bet you there's a pretty good percentage of vegans who would approve of eating humans to fill nutrient gaps and people who we couldn't get plastic bottles to. Speaking of plastic bottles, I looked up that guy, Brian, what's his name?
Brian Johnson?
Yeah. He's on like 5 or 6 different prescription medications and taken a whole, 100, like over 100 supplements.
I mean, this is also what I don't understand. Why are vegans still eating food? Why are they not just putting all the supplements in a blender and drinking nutritious supplement shakes? I mean, they say that you can just replace nutritious foods with supplements. So
Right.
beef liver can be replaced with some pills. So,
Well, yeah. Wouldn't that be kind of like the veganism of all veganisms? If you didn't eat food and it was a supplement based, everything was synthetic. Like
I mean,
everything.
yeah,
Synthetic carbohydrates, synthetic proteins, synthetic fats, synthetic vitamins.
yummy.
We've got the acreage to build the factories. If we get rid of livestock grazing, that gives us 2/3 of what now is agricultural land, and we can turn that into giant factories, burning coal and methane and diesel and other types of petroleum. That's a damn vegan dream, is it not? That's awesome. Just have factories everywhere.
That is just good for the animals too. Pretty sure they appreciate that.
Well, you saw over in Chernobyl, the wildlife eventually learned how to deal with it. If a species is worth a shit, they'll figure it out. But I can just imagine nothing but you look to your left, fields of factories. You look to your right, fields of just nothing but heads of lettuce. No animals in sight, no suffering, no death, just factories and lettuce heads as far as the eye can see. It's a beautiful future, veganism.
Yeah, so to all the vegans in the comment section, when will you start your supplement only diet? I mean, this is the logical entailment of what you're saying, right? When you replace nutrients from food with supplements.
Or just take a supplement. Just eat fortified foods. And if you say, what is fortified food? Oh, those are the foods that contain the nutrients that you say that plant foods don't have, but they have because they fortified with them. Like, wait. So I asked you what is a fortified food? Fortified food is food that's been fortified.
Kind of like the scene in Idiocracy where they talked about brown dough.
Yeah. It's what plants crave. It's got electrolyte. That's where we're headed. That movie was written predicting all of this. The movie was about veganism.
Yeah. It's a documentary.
Well, it was released a little bit early to be a documentary. It's really nothing short of prophecy when you really get down to it. I mean, it is. It is. I mean, and the whole thing, you got the guy who he interrupted because he was baiting and all that. We're living in clown world deluxe. But the real crescendo of Idiocracy in the movie of Idiocracy is the veganism element, where all those people were pouring Gatorade on the crops. And that's just a little bit further down the road. Obviously this population had already gotten rid of livestock because the livestock were never even mentioned. It was the crops. So they had already abolished livestock agriculture, which had caused a drop in the IQ, which was leading to more and more bad decisions regarding the crops that they were relying on to feed the people in this vegan scenario. And so by the time that the movie frame of time comes along, then the vegan population had dropped its IQ collectively so low that they were pouring Gatorade on the crops, on the vegan crops, and they didn't know how to fix it. Luckily, they had that guy that was in the time capsule. We're not going to have a guy in a time capsule. We're just going to have people like Chris Hines. Who knows what he's going to be doing? He might just turn into a cannibal or something, because unless he's in Davos living it up with his Uncle Klaus, he's probably going to be trying to survive like the rest of us in a vegan world, and probably be driven to cannibalism just to try to get some B12.
But they give the the cows the B12 supplements.
Well, they were able to save up all those B12 supplements because they had already abolished livestock agriculture. They forgot to start taking the B12 supplements because Chris Hines was too busy explaining to everyone how nutrient deficiencies are fiction.
I think I figured out why vegans are so angry at the livestock animals. It's because they're eating all the vegan supplements.
Say that again?
I think that the vegans are angry at the cattle because they're eating all the B12 supplements.
That might be why they have such a personal vendetta against cows. I mean, there's a deep hatred for cows amongst the vegan population. A lot of animosity towards cattle.
Well, yeah, let's watch the rest of this debate.
All right.
It's not mandated
Reference.
within the Bible or anything either, so you can't go to that.
Reference.
There's nothing that says we have to eat meat.
I didn't say you do.
Well, there you go then. So you have a choice whether to eat meat or
And
not.
I've
correct?
never tried to take such a choice away from you, have I, sir? Haven't
No, I
I
haven't
said
said- I
this
haven't said you have.
in the entirety of this debate that it's just fine for you to eat carrots and lettuce and tomatoes
No, I haven't
and all
said
the
you
little
couldn't.
veggies that you want to eat? I'm just fine with it,
All I'm
right?
saying is,
But
there's
you think
nothing
meat
to say
eating
that we
meat
have
is
to do
wrong.
it. And why wouldn't we take an option which we can see would cause less
Why should
pain
we?
and suffering than one that would maximize
yeah.
the suffering?
Why should we is my question. And you just say because my arbitrary preferences say you should, and even when I levy the critiques of sentience against you, and
So
you
do you
levy
think?
hang on,
Hold on.
let me finish. And you levy the same criticism back to me, just using metaphysical standards rather than a material standard, that's no longer good enough for you, even though I can demonstrate the standard I have just like you can. Don't you think that's a little absurd?
No.
Of course not. Of course not. Of course not. Because
No,
that's your
what I'm
preference.
saying is though, surely, right, with the situation with eating meat, if we've got another option on the table which we know is going to cause less damage, and we know that animals are sentient.
Pause on that. Yeah, he makes another question-begging fallacy.
Right. It's going to do less damage, right? He's just making that statement as if everybody knows this. And this is my problem with Andrew's position, in that his position is that he doesn't care. And the fact that veganism is more damaging than what we've got now, and a whole lot more damaging than what we could have, like if we followed my plan to get rid of the corn-fed beef industry, replace it with regenerative rotational grazing, and triple the beef supply, and reduce the corn cultivation by 20%. That's a real workable plan. These types of conversations can't happen if your response to a vegan debate is, my position is I don't care. I only care about human beings. But veganism causes less environmental damage. It's a lie, but that's the kind of statement that someone taking Andrew's position is not going to argue that. In other words, all of those false claims go unchallenged. And the fact that they
Right.
go unchallenged gives them a certain amount of credibility that they didn't earn. Okay.
Right. Yeah. He just says we know that his diet is causing less harm. Well, no, actually, we know that the opposite is the case.
Right. And that needs to be pointed out, even if you're taking the rest of Andrew's position of I'm a Christian and I only care about human beings. End of story. Don't give a shit what you got to say. You know, that certainly is not something that should be excluded if that's what his position is. But at the same time, why would he want to sit there and let this vegan make these unfounded claims about veganism being better for health or better for the environment or better for the animals? Any of these lies that are told by vegans, why let those claims go by and just say as a result or as a response, say something along the lines of, I don't care. So they say, well, it's better for the environment. I don't care. Well, it's better for the animals. I don't care. It's better for health. I don't care. I'm a Christian and I only care about humans. You know, that is not, I mean, that's great entertainment for a debate, but that is not going to position humanity in any kind of real defense against this cabal of powerful vegan misanthropes that are trying to take our meat away from us. So this is there are good things to pull from this. There are things that Andrew is bringing to the table here that we can learn from that are good. But there's also things that he's failing to do. There are claims that he's failing to challenge. There are claims that this vegan is making that warrant challenging because they're easily debunked. Right.
To the best of our ability, anyway. I mean, we've got the best.
I don't value sentience. Sentience is
Well,
not the thing I value. How many
Well,
times do I have to say this?
I'm interested. What do you value? What is the
I
thing that
already
you-
told you, the metaphysical experience.
But you can't. How can you have the metaphysical experience yourself if you're not sentient to even?
It's
have that?
metaphysical. It's not material.
Okay, so you basically everyone who's dead, anyone who's anything, as long as they're human, you value them. We can't. They're untouchable.
Yeah, that's right. Now you're
Okay.
getting it. Now you.
Here's the thing: is that fundamentalist. Look, I'm not. I don't know if this is what he call himself, but let's say he's a fundamentalist Christian. Okay. Globally, fundamentalist Christians are a minority. You know, they're not the most powerful group in the world. And that is not going to be a shield for a corporate and government enforced plant-based future, which they're telling us they're going to enforce. They're very, very clear about that.
Yeah.
Christians, there are Christians out there. There are Christians out there who will watch this and come away with the message that there's no reason to counter the false claims being laid out there by vegans because we're Christians with a particular metaphysical experience that makes us special, and therefore we don't have to argue logic because that's not a logical argument. The logical argument, if we're going to be humans and display what Andrew is saying is the most human trait, which would be the ability to follow logic, then that would not be the way to argue against veganism.
The sound was cutting out for like 9 seconds or so.
Oh, okay. I was saying that the argument that based on being a Christian, that provides a certain metaphysical experience that makes your decisions about anything that you do in life absent of any exercise through the logic, following logic. Religion is not a logical argument against veganism. And so if you're going to exhibit the ability to follow logic when you're arguing with a vegan, then your Christianity, while certainly mentionable, is not the best argument against veganism. The best argument against veganism is that it is a package of damned lies, from environmental issues to animal welfare issues to animal suffering issues to animal death issues to environmental destruction issues. All of that is worse 1,000-fold, 1,000,000-fold, maybe a quadrillion-fold in regard to the crop agriculture that produces the items on the vegan menu. The vegan menu is the one that's causing all of that. And you look at the corporate powers behind veganism, the corporate powers that would really, really financially benefit in not just financial gain, but in power gain. We're talking about corporations like DuPont, Monsanto, Bayer, Pfizer. You know, these are corporations that are, they don't they don't mess around. These are not, these corporations are like Sopranos. You know, these are mafia organizations basically, and they're the ones that are pushing veganism and all of the financial, every single financial think tank or research group is saying that the future is going to be plant-based diets and trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars in profits for the pesticide industry and the synthetic nitrogen industry and the potash industry and phosphate industry and all of the petrochemicals that they use and the toxic agrochemical soup that they're constantly spraying. All of those companies and corporations and industries are throwing big parties right now because they're fooling everyone into going into this plant-based future.
Let me respond to some of the stupid things that an honest doubter said in the comment section. So he asked you, Garland, you just said the government wants to enforce a meatless world. If so, why do they subsidize the meat industry for billions of dollars every year? Yeah, okay. So first of all, most of the food, again, I'm repeating myself, most of the food around the world and in America that is subsidized is plant foods, crops. That's fact number one. Fact number two, yeah, of course they're gonna subsidize meat to some extent because people are eating meat. Like, this is not very difficult to understand, right? But nonetheless, the government is on its way to work with public-private partnerships and with corporate entities to introduce various policies that reduce meat consumption. They're working on that. Those things are not a contradiction, right? It's like moving to a different energy source, for example, right? You're currently using an energy source, but you're slowly moving towards another energy source, basically. So they want a meatless world and also give billions of dollars to. Again, I've just explained that. If you're too stupid to understand the point, then that's on you.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I mean, millions of people are still eating some amount of meat, or billions of people, whatever, right? So of course, it's a part of the economy, but nonetheless, they want to move towards something different, and there's evidence for that. So apparently you have blocked someone again, Garland. This is what this guy
No.
says here.
I'll pull something up here real quick. This is talking about the agricultural subsidies. Before the thing, around 20 billion in subsidies went to farmers annually. Not all farmers benefit equally, however. 64.3% of total subsidy payments paid through the first half of 2020 went to the wealthiest 10% of farms. Although there are far more small farms than large farms operating in the U.S., the weather-related crop losses can affect any farm. The largest farms account for the vast majority of federal crop insurance policies. Between 95 and 2020, 76% of crop insurance indemnity payments went to corn, soybean, wheat, and cotton. Over $3 billion in 2020 went to the large soybean, dairy, and pig producers. Of course, that is a cherry-picked data point. That's going to be a drop in the bucket for the year. Agribusiness is in the top 2%. The majority of the subsidies go to legumes and grains, and most legumes and grains go to feed humans.
Yeah, and this is also the case from a worldwide standpoint. I've done a video on this. So, and again, the fact that they're subsidizing meat to some extent is not a surprise. It's still part of the economy. So,
yeah, and also from a Machiavellian standpoint, you don't want people following logic and being able to see a future without meat. And what I mean by that is you don't want to give people a heads up that you're going to take the meat away from them. And so you're not going to do stuff like throw up a big red flag by stopping the subsidy of all livestock agriculture. Because like you said, yeah, there's a little bit of money that goes there. But compared to what goes to the corn and soybean industry, it's a drop in the bucket. In fact, the corn and soybean, the corn industry especially, treats the entire cattle industry like a it's a little bitch, and it really is.
Yeah.
Write some checks. Here you go. Here the Corn Growers Association to the National Cattlemen's Beef Association. Hey guys, how y'all doing? You good boys. We're gonna write you a check just like we did last year, from the corn growers to you little boys that raise the cattle. You just keep feeding them that corn. Yeah. The corn industry is the cattle industry's daddy in the U.S. The corn industry tells the beef industry what to do and when to do it and how to do it. And the beef industry says, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So an honest doubter says two things. First, he says, you just finished saying that the majority of meat is raised on grains. I don't think you ever said that.
Nope, I never did.
Or does he mean that the majority of meat is CAFO? Is this what he means?
Yeah, the majority of all cattle is grass fed. It spends, it's the poor farmers like me that are grass feeding the animals. You have what you call cow calf operations, where you'll have a bunch of cows and a bull, and so there's no artificial insemination going on. The bull is just out there doing his thing. The cows get pregnant, you're producing beef. And since they don't allow us an easy way or an affordable way to remove the middleman so that we can sell the meat directly to the public, we have to sell to someone who's going to take that animal that we raised on grass and take it and put it into a concentrated feedlot for 3 or 4 months. And that's what they call the finishing phase. So the finishing phase is when they take it away from the grass farmer and give it to the corn feeder. And for those last 3 or 4 months, they are eating corn and other byproducts from different industries that have fibrous, inedible to humans waste. So, yeah, they're raised on grass, finished on grain, and I've already explained. I have a plan to get rid of the corn. I have a plan to get rid of the grain-fed beef industry. And problem is that vegans don't like it, and carnivores don't like it. The carnivores that like to jump down anyone's throat if they say, hey, grass-fed beef is healthier. The hell it is! You've never proved it. There's not a scientific study that was ever done that proved that grain-fed beef is any worse than grass-fed beef. It sounds just like a vegan. You've never given me a scientific study that specifically says that you can't live without animals. Just because they didn't publish a study showing that if you shove lollipops up your ass all day long, that might have negative consequences, doesn't mean that there has to be a study for that to be the case. Idiots.
Yeah, I mean, it's nonsense. I mean, the study is human history, as far as I'm concerned.
Look at this. It's estimated that around 70 to 80% of the meat produced in the United States, particularly beef, pork, poultry, comes from animals that are raised primarily on grain-based diets. Well, the beef portion of that absolutely is not true. The pork industry is actually the pork and poultry industry are eating some corn and some soybeans. The beef industry is only eating 20% of all the corn grown in the United States. Corn grown as corn, fed as corn. So beef doesn't really belong in that category. So pick which livestock you want to talk about, and we'll talk about that livestock. If you want to talk about poultry, we can iron that out. But the thing is that I'm not anyone who supports the modern concentrated feedlot model. I'm a regenerative farmer myself. I don't feed grains. Last year, I didn't even have to feed hay in the winter. I stockpiled grazing, was able to save enough grass so that I could piece that out to them and get all the way through the winter without feeding any harvested hay, no harvested grains, no harvested anything, just about 100 different species of different forage out there in the wild prairie, where they're sequestering carbon into the soil.
He thinks that's a good system. It's just a minority. Yeah, but it can become a majority. The reason why it's not becoming a majority is precisely because the corporate capture of the governments by the corn and soybean industries and etc.
Yeah, there's only in the United States, it's around. I read that it was around 5%. I don't know. I find it hard to believe, but I read that 5% of the grazing in the United States is regenerative rotational grazing. So, but let's give that author a benefit of the doubt and say, okay, 5% is regenerative rotational grazing. That's the minority. But is it, when you compare that to like the amount of land that's being farmed veganically, if your alternative to the shit agriculture that is the current monocropping that's producing the items that are offered on the vegan menu, if you're saying that veganic farming is the answer, then you're also in the minority, but you're actually in more of a minority than 5%. You're more like at 0.0000000000005%. So you basically have shit for brains if you don't realize the difference between the number of acres that are being farmed veganically and regeneratively grazed. So another vegan lie flushed down the toilet.
Let's get back to that debate video, because it's just, I think, 7 minutes left or something.
Yep.
You understand? You can't even.
Look at Zen Shapiro up there. Do you see his? He's so bored. Watch.
Yeah, that's right. Now you're getting it. Now you understand. You can't even defile a corpse. They're still having a metaphysical experience, brother.
So if you and a corpse are on a desert island, then, and the only way you can possibly live is to eat that corpse, you won't eat it. You'll just die.
No, I would eat it and justify it.
Then you've just
stop. I would justify it and say I did something immoral, but it had less of a moral implication than the other thing. So if it was an absolution, I would consider it a virtue for my survival over the corpse. Even understanding the corpse, maybe having a metaphysical experience, I would still derive to what is alive currently. So I would still default. Just like you would. Hang on. Just like you would.
Yeah.
Do you think eating human flesh is okay?
If they're completely dead, I don't see anything
Right.
wrong.
You don't fuck it. So you would default.
I find it weird, but I don't find it immoral.
Right. So you would default. No, well, you do think it's immoral. Otherwise, you wouldn't eat.
No, I actually don't. No, I actually don't think that there is a moral issue. I would actually. The only way
that's just because you want to stay consistent. But no.
I told you earlier that he was like prone to cannibalism, right?
It gets even worse later on.
Oh my god.
No, honestly, because the only thing I would say that where any moral issue would come would be the effect on any of the family of that corpse. But in a vacuum, if there's a corpse and someone wants to eat it, I find it weird, but there's no moral issue.
Of course not. Of course not. You don't think that if somebody came to you and was like, "Hey man, I just like to eat dead bodies because I like the taste."
Yeah,
you're like, "Hey, that's fine. Come over to dinner." Right? Come over to dinner. Meet my family. We're gonna have a good time.
No. You're misrepresenting what I'm saying. I'm saying
I think I'm representing it perfectly.
I find it weird, but in a vacuum, there's no moral issue.
Even in a vacuum,
it's a dead person.
Well, wait, no, you would still give a dead person moral consideration. You just can't really justify why. That's my whole problem with you vegan, is I think you would. I think that you would not be okay with the defilement of a corpse.
I have got no moral issue with what is done to a dead person.
Well, hang on. That stays consistent, but I don't believe you. That's the problem, right? It's like I don't believe
Push me to absurdity with it and see how I go.
There's no more absurdity we can go to. I just don't
therefore
believe.
You can't push it.
I don't
see that as a weird position.
You say
I find it more weird that you give that moral value.
Hang on. You say in a vacuum, if I ate a dead body, right? There's no problem there.
No, I find it weird, but I don't see a moral issue.
But if we map it onto reality and somebody ate a dead body in even a survival situation, right?
I find it weird, but I don't think.
Well, you would be a bit skeptical of the person, at least, right?
No, they were trying to survive.
What if the person just said, "Hey, I was raised." What if the person just says, "I was raised to eat dead bodies," and so I really like the taste.
I find it weird if they were just dead and it wasn't hurting anyone else. Then what's the moral?
Would you let them put an arm on your table and like stand it up and eat it in front of you?
No, because I find that weird.
Right? Why do you hang on? Why do you think you find that weird?
Why do I find it weird? Because I find cut up corpses weird, whether it's human or animal.
I don't think if I was sitting in front of you eating a cheeseburger, you would find it as reprehensible as if I was sitting in front of you and was like,
but that's
I'm just going to grab this frozen arm.
Hold on, that's an easy one to come back to, though. No, animal.
I mean, he's right. I mean, you could sit there and eat a hamburger in front of Chris, and he would be able to get through, But if you pulled out an arm and started chewing on it while he was eating a salad, he'd have to go change his diaper. He'd just be beside himself.
Come on,
animal meat's normal in society. Human legs on a plate.
What about instead of eating it? What if they wanted to have sex with the dead body?
You notice he said human legs on a plate. Telling it like, exactly what it sounds like. But he's also trying to ride the fence because on the other hand, why should he have that? Why should he be so beside himself about the idea of human legs on a plate? I mean, from his perspective, it should not be weird.
Well, I mean, technically, again,
no, I have no consideration. I think it's just fine to fuck a corpse.
I can't find a moral issue because they're dead.
There's no moral issue with necrophilia.
I mean, pause on there.
No,
in a vacuum, if they want to get on with it, then.
I mean, this is what I was talking about. So the vegan position on sentience, it just leads to crazy shit. It leads to really disgusting shit like necrophilia.
Yeah, that's where it goes. It does. fact, there was the case of that guy. He called himself sexy vegan, and he was like a celebrity. He was going on with Dr. Phil and all of this, and then all of a sudden, someone found out that he was like had a sexual relationship with his pit bull dog.
Oh my God.
So yeah, I mean, once you erase the line that separates humans from all the other animals for any reason whatsoever, or else you're a speciesist, then, what's to stop that kind of thinking with some of these people?
Yeah, I mean, it's. Hello?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. What were you saying?
Yeah, it's disgusting. I mean, he just wants to stay consistent in this debate. So he tries to say that, or he says that necrophilia is not a moral issue. Like, come on, this cannot be serious. This cannot be serious. Be his position. I mean, this is. I mean,
no, he's in a debate, so his hands. He can't say the same things he would have if he was like eating spaghetti and meatballs with David Rams. And being honest, he has to stay consistent, like you said, or else he could lose on a technicality. That's the problem with debates, is that the goal of winning the debate can ruin any type of constructive final to it.
Who's being hurt? No, the thing is, answer the question: who's being hurt by it? If it's in a vacuum, no one knows, the person's dead. Who's being hurt by it?
There's actually 3 attacks I have to that. First is that you yourself are committing a crime against yourself. And the utilitarians who are about
Why
to
is it a
call
crime?
Hang on.
We're getting into weird territory here, but I'm up for it. Keep it going.
Okay, the utilitarians who are about to call in are going to tell you this exact same thing, just from a utilitarian rather than an deontological virtue ethics standpoint. They're going to say the reason you can't fuck a dead body is because they believe that it's going to do more damage to you psychologically to have sex with a dead body than preventing you from having sex with the dead body.
But what about if it doesn't?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. It always does, though.
How, does it? Where's the proof?
Yeah.
Show me the study on people living corpses.
Would you fuck a corpse? Would you fuck hang on. Would you fuck a corpse?
Whoa. No, I'm not going to do it.
Then there's my proof. Was there anything else you wanted to add? Hang on. Was there anything else you wanted to add? Okay.
That's one person's anecdote.
Would you be friends with anybody who would fuck a corpse?
No, because I think it's weird.
No, not weird.
Oh, boy.
Think that there's something more.
So he's using that.
No, you're putting words in my mouth. I think it's weird.
I am.
So he's got that it's weird card, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's how he's trying to stay consistent. He knows he's not consistent. So instead of staying on the subject, he's pulling the it's weird card. And so
I mean, the moral bankruptcy of veganism is just endless at this point.
Yeah, it is. It's a big slop bowl, big bowl of blue-green algae.
I am putting words in your mouth because I think this is what you mean.
No,
is
you
that
can't
you think
do that
there's
in a
something
debate, though.
wrong.
This
I'm
is
doing
meant to be a debate. You can't put words in people's mouths.
I am doing it because I want you to answer to this.
No, you need to
specifically.
provide evidence. Where's your evidence? I believe
You're my evidence.
No, but I'm not proving that.
Yeah, well, you are
I'm
proving
saying
it
the
'cause
opposite every time you say it.
Why wouldn't you fuck a corpse? Just
I
preference?
wouldn't fuck a corpse because it seems like a disgusting thing to do.
Right, because of preference.
Well, yeah, but it might be because of
It's just, so
preference.
it's just all
I
arbitrary.
don't see a moral issue. This
Right.
is what I'm
Of
on
course
about.
not. Of course, but in my worldview, there is a moral issue. What's the problem with my moral issue?
What's the problem with your moral issue?
Yeah.
The problem I see with your moral issue is, like I said, it doesn't extend further than humans, and I think it should.
Well,
that's what I see the problem. I think that humans and animals are similar enough where we should be extending that circle to them.
Of course
that's the issue I have.
Yeah, that's
That's
nice.
the issue all vegans
Can
have,
you
actually.
demonstrate that?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Demonstrate that we're so close that we should give them some moral consideration. Demonstrate that I'm so close to a spider.
That's an interesting argument from the vegan side, in that we have to have we have some moral obligation to other species because they have some similarity to us.
Exactly. Except the species that are interfering with the crops that
Right.
vegans eat.
Right. They have a trait that they haven't been able to name yet that makes it okay to shoot them in the face or sneak poison into the fields. Always have an excuse. It's either the weird card or the unintentional card or the
bacteria
lie card. Bacteria dough. I gotta make a t-shirt. Bacteria dough. I mean, no kidding. A vegan actually said it. Bacteria, though. I told you it was going to get worse. It's going to get worse, too.
I should give it moral consideration.
Well, we've got the same. We're similar in the ways that count, such as consciousness.
The things that count to you.
Feeling pain. Well, the things that all of us. You got
the things that count to you.
Yeah, the things that count to you.
It's just an arbitrary preference.
So you don't value your own sentience? Do you value your?
Do you value your own sentience? Well, yeah. Well, then you have to value the cow's sentience. No, that's your thing. That's not my thing. That's your thing. You remember you were telling me earlier that all of these morals are subjective and that none of them come from any authority or anything? It's your preference. You get to play the weird card whenever you want to play the weird card.
Your own sentience?
Yeah, sure.
Do you value the?
But I don't value your sentience.
Do you not want to feel pain and suffer? Yeah, you would agree with that?
No, there's times where I think that feeling pain is not only appropriate but good.
No, but we're not talking about kinky stuff in the bedroom or something. I'm talking about general horrible pain and something. I mean, generally though, you want to
horrible pain. I think sometimes is good.
Yeah, but generally you want to avoid it, right? Like everyone.
Well, I would say that without any amount of pain, a human being can become a monster.
Yeah, or some kind of naive person that is unprepared for the dangers in the world.
Yeah. But without pain, without ever experiencing pain, how can you have empathy for someone who has pain? If you've never had pain, you would not be able to sympathize or empathize with someone who is experiencing pain. Because you haven't been there, you don't know what they're experiencing, you can't relate. And yeah, you'll be naive and all of that, but you'll also be a bit of a monster, because I think people who don't have the ability to experience empathy are mentally ill. Empathy for other humans.
One else does.
No.
You don't.
No, not
No.
generally. No,
So
like
you
a
go out
person
and
who goes to
actively
the
try and find
Do you-
pain. and
have
stuff.
you ever been in a boxing ring?
Yeah, but I mean, that's consensual stuff, right?
Yeah, but we weren't even talking about consent. What was your question? Your question decisively was
Okay,
to
I
ask me,
will
do
reword it
you
to make it more
avoid?
clear then.
Oh, okay. Now,
you-
now you got to
sh-
clarify it, of course.
Yeah, well, you have to clarify other stuff as well. Come on, it's only fair.
because
Right.
you're trying to force the clarification, which I then give you, and then you just pivot and pivot and pivot.
No, because you're misrepresenting what I'm
So
trying to
one
say.
more
That's all.
time, let me back this up because you have an answer to this. What's wrong with a person going in and boxing every single day and getting
I
their
can
brains
answer this.
bashed in and experiencing all kinds of pain and anguish? There's nothing
Because they're
wrong
choosing
with
to
that.
have that experience.
There's no problem.
Okay, but you don't want that experience when you don't choose to have it.
Why?
Correct?
Wait a second. Why is that preferable?
You tell me. Do you want people just to go around punching you for no reason out of the blue or stabbing you? I don't think you want that, right?
Why is what I prefer supposed to be the extension?
No,
of
wait.
what-
Answer my question. Don't ask me a question back. Answer the question.
Well, the answer would be no, but again,
Exactly.
I got to ask you, why would that preference that nobody stab or harm me, why ought that be the moral standard by which all people are guided by in your worldview, since you consider all morality to be arbitrary preferences?
No, because because as a person, right, this is what you do, right? Hold on.
Come on, man.
Remember, it's 10 to 3 in the morning.
You're
in the UK. I'm
fishing. You're
doing my
fishing
best,
for
right?
an answer
Doing
in
my
the
best.
worst way.
It's 10 to 3 in the morning. Give me a break.
All right. Well, look,
I'm
we'll
doing
get
my
back to this. I got to take a leak. It was nice talking with you, Chris.
Yeah, great
We'll
talking to
have
you as
this
well, man.
out. We'll have this out. We'll talk later.
All right.
With our servers designed for AI, you can revolutionize.
Yeah, so vegans have no moral grounding outside of their preferences.
Right. Moral. What was it that he said there at the end? The quote from Andrew was, morality is nothing more than personal preference. Right.
Yeah. Well, if that's the case, then vegans cannot say you ought to be vegan.
Right. And vegans do take that position, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, it's not binding. It's that it doesn't have any force behind it, really. But yeah, we have learned today that veganism or the sentient view of veganism leads to necrophilia, apparently. Disgusting.
Before we wrap it up, I want to talk about. This is a completely unrelated subject, kind of. It's about glycogen.
Uh-huh.
You know about glycogen.
A little bit.
What do you know about glycogen, if I may ask? So I know
Well,
where you're coming from to help me present this.
Well, I'm not that good on the mechanisms. But I think that you have a certain percentage of glucose that your muscles need, your body needs. And that can be synthesized by some precursors certain nutrients, I think, via gluconeogenesis, but it's more efficient if you get it from some outside source.
Well,
and
not
if you-
only more, it's not only more efficient. There's a whole lot more to it than just being efficient, because you're not going to have glycogen stores to any respectable degree on a zero carb diet, for instance. Consider this, that when you're talking to a keto coach or something like that, they'll tell you that you can expect for the first week or so for the weight to come off pretty quickly. And after that, it slows down. And the reason for that is because you're shedding a bunch of water that first week. The first 10 or 12 pounds might be water. The reason you're losing that water is because you're using up your glycogen stores. And glycogen is a carbohydrate. It happens to be a starch. It's a different kind of starch than bread or rice. It requires a different enzyme, but it is starch. It's a bunch of glucose molecules, just like bread or potatoes or something. And we have the average human being has the room to store about 500 grams of this starch, glycogen, in our livers and in our muscles. About 200 grams in the liver and about 300 grams in the muscles. And this is an average human being. So we're talking about like a 150-pound individual, 155 pounds. I'm 230, so, and I carry more muscle than just the average guy. I'm also taller, so I can store probably, I might be able to store twice that much or close to it because of my muscles. The muscles are one of the two places where you store glycogen. So, when you bring sugar into the body and you've got space to store it as glycogen, the way that the human body works is that it'll store it as glycogen if there's room. Like, in other words, if you're a 150-pound individual and your ceiling is 500 grams of glycogen that you can store as glycogen, then that is the ceiling. There's one way you can increase that. You can start weight training. You can start a resistance exercise program and increase the size of your muscles through hypertrophy, and you'll have a larger glycogen reservoir as far as your muscles are concerned. The larger your muscles, the more glycogen they can store. But again, they're going to be empty, or they're not going to be completely empty. They're going to be almost empty if you're on a zero carbohydrate diet. And again, that's provable in all kinds of ways. One being that anyone that starts a ketogenic diet will lose that first 8 to 12 pounds real quickly because they're shedding the water that used to hold the glycogen. Now, the problem with most people is that they overconsume carbohydrates today. And so they're always overfilling their glycogen potential. And so I made this little film here kind of thing to try to illustrate this, to help people understand how this works. So this thing in the middle, can you hear me all right? Make sure you're still awake.
Yeah, I'm listening.
This one in the middle, this glycogen here, can you see my mouse? Is it the cursor showing on there?
No.
Okay. But anyway, the glycogen in the middle, that is your storage potential for glycogen. All of the the glycogen that you can store in your muscles and all the glycogen you can store in the liver. And the way the body works is, this is like a 2-stage battery or something. It's like you can store energy. You can store enough energy in this glycogen potential to fuel you for 5 sedentary days or 1 really active day, right? It's like your phone. It depends on, if you're watching videos on your phone, you're going to burn the battery down a lot quicker than if it's just in your pocket burning its basal requirements. And so I put this this is like a container, and what I'll be doing here is, see if I can find where I have this. It's like a photograph, and I'm looking for a video. Hold on. All right. I'm just going to have to switch to a different. Oh, was that? No. I can't figure out. Let me stop this. Represent. All right. So here's your glycogen stores. When you bring sugar into the body and there's space here, that's where it's going to put it. But if this gets filled up to the top, then that's when you start filling your stored fat potential. That storage tank, or that charging potential is huge. You've seen people get up to 800 pounds. These are people that are constantly overfilling their glycogen stores and causing the body to force that glycogen to be stored as fat. So when I was working, when I was an athlete, when I was working as a sports nutritionist with athletes, one of the first things that we would do with an athlete that was overweight would be putting them on a combination or one of the other of either fasting and or 0 carbohydrate keto. So both of those were used as a tool, but the fasting is always a much faster and more effective, in more ways than one, method of fat loss. Autophagy, for instance, regardless of what some doctor on YouTube said, autophagy, if you're on a all beef diet and you're eating beef from breakfast, noon, and night, you're not going to be going through autophagy. There's way too much amino acids coming in to allow that to happen. And so the way that we do it with these athletes is we first get rid of the excess body fat. It's just like a race car. People who are into racing cars, like stock cars, take a stock car and turn it into take a car that you can drive on the street, turn it into a race car. First thing you got to do is take out all the dead weight. You get rid of the headliner, you get rid of the carpeting, the dash might come out, and you replace it with gauges that you can bolt on to things, and you might reduce it by 600 or 800 or even 1,000 pounds. You get rid of all the stuff that's just not required for racing, and that's where you're going to get the biggest boost in your way before you have to increase the horsepower of the engine. Take off the dead weight. And that's what we did with athletes. Take off the excess body fat through either fasting or the ketogenic diet. Fasting was better because it's faster, it's got autophagy and all that. And then once they get down to the ideal body composition for the sport, then you start reintroducing carbohydrates and or food altogether. And this is how we would do it. And so this is someone who's lean. We've got them. We've let's say this is someone who we've used a combination of fasting and keto diet, and we've got to the point now where this guy's body fat percentage is say down around 10 or 11%, good enough for the sport, good power to weight ratio, and so now we're going to reintroduce sugar into the diet, and the way we do it is just like this. You fill up the glycogen potential just like this. Now what's happening down here at the bottom is the metabolism is burning a certain amount of that sugar. So as you're inhaling it one way, you're exhaling it the other way because you're burning it. And you're always burning it. You're going to be burning it more when you're exercising. So we fill up the glycogen stores and then you stop. And then you exercise. Your exercise is going to be better because you're burning glucose. You always burn. You're going to perform better on glucose than you will fat when you're doing athletic stuff. So again, we filled up the glycogen potential, but then we let it drain. So this is someone who's lean, is going to stay that way, and is not going to get any of those advanced glycation and all that stuff that these zero carb gurus are saying. If you stay within your glycogen stores like this and you're consuming sugar, never overfilling your glycogen storage potential, all of that bad stuff is not going to happen. None of it can, because you're exhaling every time. Even carbon dioxide builds up. We have wastes that occur. We have natural pathways that they find their way out of, and all of those pathways really open up, and all of those things really go away whenever you allow the body to bring the glycogen in and then burn the glycogen out. And then bring it in, burn it out. Bring it in, burn it out. But instead, what they've got everyone doing, they started with the United States, they called it the standard American diet, and they exported that out to Germany and Canada and Australia and everywhere else. And now everyone's eating this shitty standard American diet all around the world. And it looks like this, where you start the consumption of the carbohydrates, and rather than like right here with the purposed athlete who would stop at this point, they just keep going. And when you get to that point, there's no room to store glucose as glucose or glycogen in the body anymore. You can't store it as that. It can be converted into fat though. So that's whenever you start. This is the first time that insulin now has run into obstacle one. The insulin used to be able to put things in the muscle cells, the liver cells, and the fat cells. Now the muscle cells and the liver cells are full. And the only open spot, the only room is in the fat cells. So they just keep, they've been told this lie where the most important meal of the day is breakfast. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. So you get up and eat a bunch of sugar, a bunch of starch, and then you eat snacks during the day, and then you have lunch and you have a bunch of sugar and starch. And that frequency and volume of sugar never allows the glycogen store to ever even kind of empty out, right? Most people are walking around, their glycogen stores have been full and overfilling constantly for decades. Their body, even for a long time, ramped up the metabolism trying to flare off that excess sugar. That's why they say when you do calorie restriction, your metabolism slows down. No, it doesn't slow down when you have calorie restriction. It speeds up when you overconsume calories in an effort to flare off what has become a liability because you're consuming it in excess. So we have that standard American diet. This person right now is becoming obese, their glycogen stores and certain wastes are building up. The metabolism is starting to get harmed because of all the seed oils. So the mitochondria are not operating like they should be. The insulin receptors are worn out, whipped to death, and can't respond anymore. So now you've got diabetes starting to the insulin resistance has gotten almost deadly. So this is what we're dealing with. That is where most people get before they either choose to go vegan or carnivore. And the vegans have it all wrong in that if you cut out meat altogether, you're not going to be okay. You're not. Long term, you're certainly not. And the same thing is true for the zero carbers, because zero carb and say 50 grams of carbs a day for someone who's not very active, that is not going to kill someone like that. 50 grams, because look at it this way. If you're eating enough meat to the keto carnivore people always talking about I'm a champion of gluconeogenesis, man. Gluconeogenesis for the win. Okay, that means that you're taking amino acids and you're turning them into sugar. And you're sourcing your sugar and you're doing that because you need a certain amount of glucose. So you're paying what? $10 a pound for something that 20% of it you're going to turn into sugar. Why not? If you're going to turn 20% of your expensive steak, your expensive sirloin steak, you're going to turn 20% of that protein into glucose via gluconeogenesis as a keto guy. And you're using this excuse not to buy grass-fed beef. It's too expensive. But I'm certainly willing to take 20% of my meat that I buy and turn it into sugar via gluconeogenesis. What you could do is reduce your grain-fed beef bill by 20% by cutting back your serving of meat by 20%. If you're going to turn 20% of it into glucose anyway via gluconeogenesis, that these keto guys are always bragging about. Gluconeogenesis. And then you say, well, you need a certain amount of, no, I don't need a certain. So, okay, well, how about grass-fed? No, I'm not going to buy grass-fed beef. That's too expensive. So, but you're willing to use that gluconeogenesis to turn those expensive amino acids into that cheap glucose? Why don't you just figure out how many grams of sugar that would represent? If you're turning, say, 20% of your protein is turning into sugar, then just reduce your meat bill by that much and replace that expensive meat with some type of clean sugar or starch that's got zero or minimized anti-nutrients or anything like that, oxalates or what have you. You can cook that stuff out. Human beings have been cooking food for 750,000 years. That's part of who we are. We're the cooking ape. We're the chef. We always did.
I have a question. What do you think about the Randall cycle?
Well, I think it's been presented in a way so that it has been told that the Randall cycle, like you're going to take someone in this situation, like let's say this individual on your screen doesn't have any glycogen stored, doesn't have any fat stored, hasn't eaten in 4 days, and just got through walking 25 miles. You give this individual who has nothing but a dry sponge because their energy reserves are empty, and you give this person 50 grams of honey. Do you think that there's going to be a big Randall cycle hurricane of havoc go through this person's biology when they've got all of that room for glycogen and all of that insulin sensitivity because they're poised and ready and designed to charge their glycogen stores? I mean, there's a reason why you lose that 10 pounds when you first go zero carb real quick, because it is water weight. And the water is there because we don't store glycogen in dry stacks. We are water-based organisms. And when we take on anything, we have to take on the water that's going to hold it. So you get rid of that glycogen, you're going to get rid of the water. So you're going to shed that water, you're going to lose that water weight. You lost that water weight. Well, that's the dumb way to look at it. The smart way to look at it is you burned up your glycogen stores, which is good if you're trying to lose fat. I mean, yeah, you're trying to burn fat, body fat, because your body is fucking genius. It's not going to sit there and start burning fat when your glycogen stores are full. It's going to burn that. When the glycogen's emptied or close to empty, then it's going to really turn on the fat burners. But that's not going to happen until those glycogen stores come way down. So it's a good thing that you lose that glycogen and lose that water weight. But that's also proof that people who are on a keto diet are not walking around with full glycogen stores. Not happening. Those glycogen stores and those individuals are truncated. They've got about a minute and a half of real intense life-saving activity stored. Whereas their lean, healthy, carved up counterpart has got repetitive bursts of fight for your life type energy stored there. So the Randall cycle is not going to be an issue for someone in this situation, like I was showing you, where they're taking on the sugar, and before their glycogen stores are full, they turn off the sugar, and then they either exercise it out or wait it out. If they're if they're someone who's training for the Tour de France, well, they're not gonna wait it out. They're exercising so much each day that they're able to consume sugar in quantities that never overfill the glycogen capacity, because the metabolism is burning it up through activity. So none of those, in this scenario that I'm showing you here, none of those Randall cycle issues, none of those, the proteins that get attached to sugars, which is actually not
Glycation end products?
Yeah, glycation end products. Those are actually, you find them in pretty high quantities in cooked meats, especially like grilled meats and stuff. Boiled meats, not so much, but in meats that have been fried, the glycation end products are really high. So if you don't want glycation end products and you like to eat sirloin steak, then that's why I eat it raw or eat it very, very rare.
Is over excess of carbohydrate the only or the main issue what drives obesity?
No, it's not. I've got well, I can show you the graphs showing that the sugar and the seed oil, the sugar and the seed oil and the starches going up, 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 and disease going up, up, up with it. And then you have the sugar going down. So a few years ago, like maybe, I don't remember, it's maybe 10 years ago, the sugar intake started going down. It may have been 10 or 15 years ago, somewhere in that, the sugar consumption started going down in the United States, but the seed oils kept going up, and the disease rates kept going up with the vegetable oil, the seed oils. So I think it has more to do with the seed oils than it does the excess sugar, although there's probably I think it's probably 25% the sugar and 75% the seed oils, something like that. But I'm not giving a green light. I'm not endorsing over consuming sugar and starch. I think that's a horrible thing for our health. Shouldn't be doing it. There's a whole bunch of reasons not to, health-wise, and other reasons. You know, you're just consuming more food than you need to, for one, which just puts a tax. You know, it's taxing on your body, shortens your telomeres and all that. So overeating is not known as a longevity tactic that works. But calorie restriction, on the other hand, does outside of an actual nutrient deficiency. Calorie restriction is different than a nutrient deficiency, though. But you had these people that got really fat, really sick, eating all this sugar, and this binary thinking that people have been conditioned to fall into is that it's got to be one of the two of these extreme fringes of this. You know, the answer is either zero meat or zero carbohydrates. And those are the only two options that you've got. When, like I say, no, I was a All-American football player in college, athletic scholarship, after walking on, almost played professional football, but went into coaching and then the gym management and then personal training and then sports nutrition, and had the kinesiology degree. I mean, I'm a retired sports nutritionist, retired strength and conditioning specialist. Really the only one out there in the carnivore world that has the resume for talking about this kind of stuff. And, you know, this is the way that you do it. You fill the glycogen stores, and then you stop the sugar intake, and then you spend the time to burn that up. You inhale and then you exhale. But just stopping it all together doesn't work. And the reason is because you get to this point right here, right? Right. No. Yeah, right here.
So you have
This,
the animation for standard American diet. Do you also have an animation for the carnivore zero carb diet?
yeah, that's right here. That's what I just pulled up.
Oh, okay.
You see that glycogen?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there's glycogen there, but you've got about a minute and a half of glycogen there before you would stop. You'd hit a wall. You compare that to, a well-trained athlete who's got their glycogen up there.
Mm-hmm.
There are, take for instance, Sean Baker recently posted I think it was a United States record for the 55 to 60-year-olds for the 500 meter sprint in the indoor rowing machine contest. And so his time was a minute 16 seconds. So just like a minute 16 seconds. That's enough for you get your glycogen down to this right here. This is the keto. This is what you're walking around with as a keto person. I mean you're not going to have glycogen stores, right? Either people do lose water weight in the beginning or they don't, and they do. And the reason they do is because they lose all their glycogen or most of it. There's always going to be a bit. And so you've got enough in this, what's on the screen now, you've got enough here to do a 500 meter rowing. But you're not going to find zero carbers doing the 2,000 meter row. The 2,000 meter row is about it's just under 6 minutes for the elites. But the effort is still very high to go 2,000 meters in say 5 minutes, 45 seconds. That's almost a sprint. So it's very glycogenic, which means that the majority of your metabolism is going to be fueled with glycogen throughout that 2,000 meters. The reason Baker can't do the 2,000 meters is because there's not going to be enough glycogen stored for a 2,000 meter contest. Because when he's exercising at those high levels of intensity, the human biology dictates that is a glycogenic activity. It burns glycogen. That's just the way it's going to be. It burns glycogen. You can't fat adapt fat to be burned during high intensity exercise. Fat is only burned at rest or at activities that are very, very low in intensity.
Okay. But what if you consume carbohydrates and fats together? Because the carnivore influencers say that the fat oxidation inhibits the carbohydrate oxidation.
You mean the carbohydrate oxidation inhibits the fat
Yeah.
oxidation? It's absolutely true. That is absolutely true. However, let's say that your context matters, right? Context matters. So let's say that what's on the screen right now represents the individual who's about to eat some carbohydrates and fat together, but they have no body fat and their glycogen stores are almost completely depleted. And after they eat this meal that's going to have carbohydrates and fat together, they're not going to have another meal for another 5 days, and they're going to be hiking. It's going to take 5 days to get to the next food station. So in that case, you're going to dump a bunch of fat, bunch of carbohydrates into the body. It just so happens that the glycogen stores are empty at the beginning of the meal. So it's very, very unlikely that you can overeat carbohydrates in that meal because you're empty in glycogen already. So you've got all that potential to absorb sugar as sugar, charge that sugar battery. And then the fat gets stored as fat. But remember, you were already lean as hell, right? You came into the meal with zero body fat and close to zero glycogen. So now you're bringing on the sugar and fat, but you're not going to be eating for the next 5 days and you're going to be exercising. So the fact that having that sugar on board is going to set that fat back as a reserve fuel is irrelevant in that situation, because you've got 5 days until your next meal. And by the time you get to that meal in 5 days, all of that sugar and all of that fat will have been burned and exhaled. And any amount of anything that negative that happened will be exhaled. However, if you want to talk about damage, then you talk about how does the human body metabolize fats, especially if you're trying to fuel higher intensity exercises with fats. As a fat adapted individual who's doing high intensity exercise, that would cause a high rate of lipid peroxidation. So you would be producing through peroxidation a bunch of aldehydes, the kind of aldehydes that damage lipid rafts and mitochondria and cell walls. That's going to come from trying to fuel the more fat you burn, the higher percentage of fat you burn, the more lipid peroxidation is going to happen. So as long as you keep your glycogen stores, as long as you don't overfill your glycogen stores, then there's nothing that can happen. You can't even build up an insulin resistance. If you're not overfilling your glycogen stores, you're not going to be getting insulin resistance. Problem is that no one in most developed countries ever allow their glycogen stores to even exhale. They're just always overfilling them. They stay in an overfilled state at all times. It's like a glass of milk that's full, and someone's pouring a gallon of milk into that full glass. And when that gallon is finished pouring, then someone else will start pouring. But just because someone overpours the milk and makes a big mess on the floor doesn't mean that, oh, well, that means that all milk is bad. No, that's not what that means. That means that you abused the milk. You consumed too much sugar all those years. You're a sugar glutton. You got yourself into a pickle with too much sugar. And now sugar's the devil when there's all these other people out here that never did consume too much sugar. They don't fall into that paradigm that people from the keto camp are saying, well, no one can control their sugar consumption. You have to treat it like heroin. It's like no toleration, zero tolerance for sugar. It's bad. Stay away from it. Don't have any of it. Not even 1 teaspoon. Not even if you're starving to death. It becomes a religion. And none of that is science-based. None of it is. All of that stuff that they say that's going to happen, all of those Randall cycle issues, that's going to happen for this individual right here. That's the person that's got all of that. This is the insulin resistance. This is the Randall cycle issue, advanced glycation, all of that. It's going to be a problem for this individual. But that's a whole different world than this guy right here that manages it with using his human intelligence to manage his own glycogen level and consume enough glucose to fuel his activities. Rather than the keto, they want to buy a bunch of expensive beef, turn 20% of that into sugar via gluconeogenesis, and then turn around and plead financial hardship as their excuse as to why they can't support their local grass-fed cattle farmer. Right. And then once all that is done, they drive to the health food store and they buy a $75 bottle of fish oil to try to correct the bad omega 3 to 6 ratio in the grain-fed beef. So it's not okay to spend that extra money on grass-fed beef, but if you spend that extra money on fish oil supplements, that's okay. We redirected money away from the pockets of your local cattleman. That's the good thing. We really want to put your local cattleman out of business. That does a whole lot for your food security. What were you saying?
Yeah, I was saying, yeah, this is something maybe also for another stream where we can go more in detail on this, and all on the carnivore dogmas. We should wrap this up for today.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Well, we've been here for almost 6 hours, so I guess it's time. You have any closing words?
Not really. I mean, we have talked to Carson, and we have refuted or responded to this plant jumpers guy, and then Chris Hines. yeah, veganism and any kind of dietary dogma is just insanity, and it's not a good idea.
No, I think that we've proven that several times, but hopefully someone got something out of it today.
And don't forget that crop deaths don't matter because insects, because bacteria.
Yeah, y'all keep an eye out for those t-shirts. Bacteria, though. That's the new argument from the vegans. Well, you want to try for next week, maybe?
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone who showed up. I know that there were some things in there that I'll be able to pull out later and make a video about. But I guess we'll end it here. Good night, everybody.
Good night.